We only get one life like this. calling to say I calling to say I just calling to say I. I'm just calling to say I.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Mystic Event Singularity Series number 3. My name is Sir Mickey, and I'm joined by the lovely Dropout Candy, and we are here today on day 2 of this incredible event. We're about to witness some incredible gameplay. We have Skwirel Warriors going up against 1337 Val. Dropout, how you doing, my man? Are you excited?
I mean, I'm excited as well because it is the third one in the series, so there is a lot of competition said here. I mean, looking at the previous bracket here, Skwirel Warriors and 137 Val, they both had 2-0 in their previous matches, so I don't know who's gonna be winning here because it feels like a coin flip at this point.
Yeah, I actually I didn't notice that. Yeah, you're right. It's 2-0 on both sides, so it's definitely I think in terms of favor there really isn't one right now, but I will say we have a couple names coming out here in terms of players that we have seen in the past, some big question marks we've never seen. So I think either way, it's basically a coin flip at this point. I don't want to make any predictions so far, but we are going to go ahead and wait in for the do we have maps yet production? I'm not sure. I don't think we do yet. But we
No
do not.
maps.
Thank you, Prod. We do not have maps just yet, so we're just gonna banter for a few minutes. Everything's fine. But drop out
Hmm.
in terms of our teams today. We started with 64 teams yesterday. We're down to 16. What was yesterday like? What was the huge point of interest yesterday?
I feel like yeah, I feel like yesterday was just trying to thin out the herd. Basically, I mean there were matches that were close, like some of the first rounds here, like 99 strength versus Street Sweepers,
Yeah,
they again versus the Revitalized, Berserkers versus Crownless. Some of these matches went on to 3 games, but most of the matches they've gotten there pretty smoothly with a 2-0 scoreline. So now
yeah.
we've thinned out the herd. Round two has begun, and as you said, there's only 16 teams left. Question is, will these teams make it out on top without getting too much of their strats being revealed deep in this tournament run?
Yeah, that is a big factor here. And I do want to touch on that. Yesterday, we saw Team Rekaroo go up against MCT. I've seen both those teams personally. I've seen both those teams quite a few times. Very strong teams. And MCT coming out on top quick 2-0 is very impressive. And they're going to go up against the biggest birds today. And whoever wins that match is going to go up against whoever wins this best of three that we're about to head into whenever we have our players and maps ready. But nonetheless, before we get into everything, I just want to give a huge shout out to Community Gaming. They are the reason that we're able to do this here. Team Mystic has been working with CG for forever. It feels like every Team Mystic event that I've ever been a part of has been run by Community Gaming. So huge shout out to Ben and the guys over there at Community Gaming. Love you. But in terms of production, we are gonna have I go by Ben and Nathan on our production. We have Chloe in the call as well. So we definitely have a good behind the scenes team right now. But in general, it's gonna be a very interesting day with these teams because, like we said, we're down to 16. This is not quite cutthroat, but it's gonna be on the edge. There's some teams coming out today that are gonna be relatively tough, and it's gonna be a nail biter for sure.
Yeah, it's tough too because if you've noticed, right, the latest patch was in effect, so we're playing with that, and we've seen some agents get nerfed here, like the
Yeah.
Killjoy and the Raze,
Oh
and I do
yeah.
want to talk about the Raze boombot. Sometimes that boombot gets a little bit too distracting when it comes to the lineup. Now it's been decreased to 5. It got halved. Would you
Five seconds.
believe that?
It's
I wouldn't.
insane. Oh.
Why? Why would they do that? Right?
Personally, I don't play Raze except for Icebox. Icebox is the only map that I can successfully play
Mm.
Raze with. And when that nerf came into play, I was just so upset. It's a whole 5 second difference, down to 5 seconds with that boom bot. And then, like you said, Killjoy's turret also got nerfed down the health just a little bit. It's a little bit weaker now, so that could be very pivotal. We've seen, I know me personally here with Edu almost all the time on Team Mystic, we see some kind of Killjoy turret that either gets the full kill or has an incredible assist on another player. So the fact that it's a little bit weaker now, not necessarily weaker in terms of damage, same amount of damage, I believe, but the armor on that turret, it's going to be a lot easier to take that out quicker because Killjoy has been such a strong sentinel. And now with that coming into play, it's definitely going to swap it just a little bit, especially now we have, excuse me, not only is a sentinel a little bit weaker, but also again that raised that duelist is also a little bit weaker. So we might not see those two agents come out as strong today, or maybe as common. We'll probably see both of them, but not as often
Probably
as
still.
yeah, just not as often as we normally would, especially with Killjoy being such a strong sentinel. We see her all the time, but now it might drop down just a little bit. We might see some Cypher, some Sage coming out instead, but nonetheless, it's definitely going to be an interesting one to say the least, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, it's interesting how the meta would probably try to switch things up, but not that too common, right? I mean, in top form of competitive Valorant right now, I feel like Killjoy is one of those agents that you really cannot go wrong with it. Really, I mean,
Yeah,
you still have the chamber. He's currently an employee right now somewhere at a fast food restaurant. We have Sage, who is doing her best in Split. I think that's one of her specialty maps.
Yeah.
And again, the Killjoy with the pick right now, it's been pretty solid. I feel like she's like a mainstay at this point when it comes to going into retakes. But because of that lockdown being increased as well from 7 to 8, the
Yeah.
frequency of that might not be too common for them now. But I feel like Killjoy still has a place in the agent pool right now compared to the other agents, but I feel like there's a current choice now between the specialty and maps, especially with Cypher being still buffed, and I feel like he's gonna keep getting buffed even more as the later stages to come. I feel like Killjoy will still be a reliable agent, but the specialty of the other agents as well might come into play.
I am inclined to agree. Killjoy is definitely not useless by any means. She's definitely a very strong character, Sentinel and Sentinel specifically. And like you said, Cypher has been getting buffed left and right, and I think he needed it. I think Cypher is one of those characters that we weren't seeing enough of as someone who could be a very critical agent on maps like Breeze or Icebox on either those close quarters, or a map as big as Haven or Breeze, where the entire map is essentially aim deterrent. Having that extra Sentinel on board, especially on a map like Haven with that extra sight, having a double Sentinel is definitely very, very good. It's very good for your team to have that extra lockdown initiative. So I'm glad we're seeing some more Cypher come out, but I don't know if we're going to see Cypher today just because I don't know. I just feel like he's not that consistent as an agent so far. I think we'll see one or two more buffs, and then we'll start to really see him more often in the competitive scene. But all in all, I want to talk about Yoru. I want to see a Yoru today.
Ooh.
Why? I don't know. Is it going to be interesting? Yeah, I just want to see him.
Yeah.
I want to see my blue man run up and down the map. Okay, that's all I want to see. That's it.
Yoru is one of those agents where you need a specialist to play it. Yoru isn't for everyone per se, because the type of gameplay you expect from him is much more different compared to the normal agents that you see, like the Reyna, the Jet, and the Raze in particular. Yoru's just dancing in the background. He's just busting out some moves.
He really is. They're doing the Fortnite dances.
He's just chilling. The rest they're kind of sweating. Yours suggests that he's having a good time. He started to party hard, But again, let's talk about the big man in the room. I think Lotus is in the map pool. I feel like it is, right?
Production, I believe.
We get a confirmation.
Yes.
Oh.
Production has confirmed Lotus is indeed in the map pool because I knew we had the our new updates are out and ready, the new patch notes and all that, but I wasn't 100% sure on that, so I'm glad we clarified that. I really am hoping. I'm only here for a best of 3 today, so I'm really hoping that one of those maps is going to be Lotus, and I'm just thanking the Valorant gods and the Riot devs for fixing that damn door. The door on Lotus. I don't know if you know this or not, Dropout, but for the first week of that map existing, it was just the loudest thing in the world, and they finally went in and tweaked it, and it's honestly, Lotus as a whole is one of those maps. It's similar to Haven where it has a third sight. It's got C sight, but I like to say it's like Haven and Icebox had a baby because it's very close quarters like Icebox, but it does have that third sight like Haven, and it does bring in the thought process of, will we be better off with this extra Sentinel, or because of the fact that it's close quarters, do we do Sentinel or do we do an extra duelist, maybe controller for extra smokes, lock ourselves in tight and get those angles early? But I've seen some incredible plays already, just playing unrateds and here and there on Spike Rush on Lotus. I've seen some pretty crazy plays with really all the categories. So I'm definitely ready to see how Lotus plays out because I haven't seen it in competitive play just yet, at least on a stage similar to this. So I'm definitely interested to see how Lotus plays tonight.
Yeah, there are some pretty good plays in Lotus. And again, they're still trying to match up what are the best agents in that Lotus map, but I've seen some pretty incredible bugs as well. I think I saw on Twitter the other day, there was it involved the revolving door again. It involved like a Killjoy turret, and then suddenly when you walk with it, when it tries to rotate, it would glide. You can actually bring the turret all the way to spawn, I'm like, huh? You can do that?
You
I
shouldn't
don't
be
know
able
if they
to,
patched it,
but
you should be able to, but
can
I
you
don't
do
know,
it?
I guess it
Yes.
is.
Should you want to? Probably not. But at the end of the day,
Probably not.
yeah, at the end of the day, it's live. Anything can happen. We're here for it. We have received the picks and bans. We have Skwirel have banned Pearl. So we're not going to see Pearl. We're not going to see Haven and Skwirel. Oh, they picked Lotus. So I believe
First map?
I believe the first map is going to be Lotus with 1337 on attack. And then we're going to see Ascent as the second map. So Lotus and then Ascent. And oh, they banned Icebox. Skwirel banned Icebox. That just happened as I was looking at it. My eyeballs are magic, but it's definitely going to be an interesting one to say the least. I've seen that's going to be an interesting one. That's going to be very, very weird to see because I've seen a lot of best of threes where Icebox is that tiebreaker just because one of the teams will be phenomenal at Haven and they'll pick that as the first one. And someone else, oh, they banned Split. I'm sad. And someone else will be incredible on Ascent and they'll pick that as map 2. And then Icebox is one of those maps where it's not necessarily, at least in my book, in my opinion, I don't think Icebox is one of those attacking or defending sided maps. It might be a little one or the other, but for the most part, it's pretty well even. It's pretty balanced. Like Ascent is. I think Ascent and Bind are both pretty well balanced. And I think Icebox is right below there. I think it's a little bit, I want to say it's a little bit one-sided, but it's not horrible. You know, it's one of those that's perfectly balanced.
It's not that bad.
Exactly. And it gives both teams to really a chance to fight. So having it as that third map is phenomenal. But we're not going to see it today. We're not going to see Haven. We're not going to see Pearl. We're not going to see Icebox or Split. So
we have Fracture last map?
We have
Is that correct?
Is that
Fracture last
by
map.
process of elimination? Yeah. I think we're gonna have Fracture.
Yeah,
I don't like Fracture. Okay. I don't
Me
like
too.
Fracture. Man.
I'm glad we have the same sentiments on Fracture till now because I think. Oh wait, no, Fracture did get. Wait. Okay, so we just got word. So are these the maps?
No, the second. The second one is
okay, so never mind.
That's on prod side. That's fine.
That's prod.
So what we had said already, those are the. So we're starting off with Lotus, and then we're going to. I know it's a mess. It's a mess. We're starting off with Lotus, where 1337 will be on attack, and then we'll go to Ascent, and then we're gonna end it off, I believe, on Fracture. Just based off process of elimination, they banned everything else. So unless for some reason Bind is still in the pool, I think we're going to see Fracture as that map 3. But again, Fracture, one of those maps where I think it is pretty attack sided. In general, I think Fracture is very attack favored, but it's also one of those maps where once the sides switch, it's not impossible for them to keep up with that momentum on defense. Especially if you have that double sentinel like we were talking about, the Killjoy Cypher or Killjoy Chamber even. I think with enough defensive characters, I think you're going to be okay on Fracture. But again, I hate it.
Yeah, as long as the lockdown is there, I feel like you'd be very good on Fracture. And as you said, it is attack side. But I think that kind of applies to a lot of maps here. If you have the momentum coming out of that first half, you can just finish it out on, I guess, the weaker side. It feels like, because I feel like that's how it goes in competitive games in general. But talking about it, let's put it back a bit, because again, the night market came out. So did you get anything good there, Mickey?
No, never. I
Nothing?
got the best thing I got. I actually bought it. It was like $8, so I got it. But it was the Gravitational Neuranium Blaster Classic, the gun, the futuristic one that looks like Buzz Lightyear. Yeah, it's not. I needed a new classic. I've had the Prime since like day one, so I needed a new classic, just something fresh. But I like it. I like it. But everything else in my night market was doo doo. But that seems to be the general consensus. Is night market is not really the best thing in the world. It's okay, Riot. We still love you. We still want our Riot gun buddies that we haven't gotten, but it's okay. We love you anyways. But I think we are getting ready maybe to possibly send it into that first map on Lotus, but we are having some tech issues, so we are going to go ahead and send it to a quick break, and then we're going to send it into Lotus, where we'll see a map that we haven't seen yet here at Team Mystic. So don't go anywhere, grab some popcorn, high five your grandma, get ready, and we'll see you guys in just a few moments. And excusing that slight hiccup, we're back. We're fine. Everything's fine. Nothing broke.
We're back.
We fixed it. Even if it did break, it's fine. But disregarding the quick break, we have finalized the maps. We are indeed going to start off on Lotus, where Skwirel Warriors are going to go ahead and place themselves on defense with 1337 Val, also known as Leap. Select few that understand that. But 1337 Val are going to go ahead on attack. And then after Lotus, we're going to see Ascent, which is going to be a different story. But we're going to go ahead and swap. But in terms of Lotus dropout, we were told to talk about Lotus. So let's talk about Lotus. Let's talk about how each site differs in terms of the color and shade of the moss that grows on the... No, I'm kidding. But Seasite, I want to talk about Seasite specifically on that. Wait, is it Seasite? Seasite is with the turny door, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that long area, deadly, absolutely deadly. You have a wall in the middle of everything. For some reason, it's just kind of ridiculous to try to push towards Seasite. You have a wall, you have a hole in the wall on the other side for someone to peek through, all the way from B site. And that's the thing about B site, is that it's got 3 different angles, 2 on each site, or 1 on each side, I should say, and then 1 down mid. And then C site and A site are kind of closed off. There's really only one direction for I'm not talking about Harry Styles, but there's only one direction towards each site that you can really penetrate to go into site to plant that. So both A and C are very isolated, whereas B, there's multiple angles. So that's why this map is really different in terms of... I'm getting a lot of negative feedback for that Harry Styles joke, but it's fine. It's definitely like we said earlier, it's very similar to Haven in the fact that there's 3 sites. B site has a lot of different routes. A and C are kind of isolated, but at the end of the day, this map is extremely different from Haven in the fact that it's not nearly as open. On Haven, mid is a death match. Mid area is a kill box. You put 1 pixel out of line and you're dead ski. On this map, there really is no specific middle area. It's just kind of a bunch of walls and then B site and then a bunch more walls. So it really comes into play the close quarters. That's why I kind of said it was similar to Icebox and the fact that you turn a corner, there's a wall. Turn that corner, there's another wall. Turn that corner, oh, I'm dead. So it really comes into play with the isolation and the fact that everything is close quarters. So in general, Dropout, do we think there's any specific tactics that these guys are going to have to plug into their gameplay in order to give a successful attack, specifically attack?
I feel like when it comes to Lotus, their default would always be C. I'm literally like just gonna put it out there. Everyone wants to go default at C. That's always the first thing that goes in their head, because A site is kind of difficult to penetrate, especially when you have one of the controllers set up there. B site kind of might be a difficult place to stay because one of the sentinels might be posted up there. So where do you go when you want to just duel it out? You go to C, where again it kind of favors the attack as well, because you can put a wall immediately on that side, so you can try to pass on through that big wall before the revolving door starts. And now you have to worry about if the wall that's supposed to be broken is broken, because if it's not broken, then you could just look in front. If it's broken, then you kind of just have to look in 3 different directions where maybe one of the defenders might be looking out there. So it's kind of dependent on the agents as well. Again, Viper might be a pretty good pick here, but I wouldn't be too surprised if some other agent might be picked here, because if you look at it in other forms of Valorant, the Viper Harbor might be a good pick here, maybe, just maybe, because that combo really is deadly, even when it comes to retake as well.
I agree. That double wall situation, even Harbor's high tides, the small wall that moves, that's called a high tide. I mean, he's very pivotal. As the newest member of the game, newest agent on the roster, Harbor has quickly become a very, very pivotal character. I dare say he's a more influential controller than maybe even Omen at this point. And we know we used to see Omen in every single professional competitive game. Omen and Viper were the 2 constantly. Now we're starting to see a little bit more Astra. We're still seeing pretty consistently Viper. And now with Harbor coming into play, I mean, especially if you put Harbor on Pearl, that is it's a phenomenal thing just waiting to happen. Harbor has become so pivotal. But like you were saying, on what's that called? Lotus. On Lotus specifically, controllers. We have to have controllers. And
we have to have controllers.
And hopefully we are going to see controllers coming out here. I'm hearing myself twice. I don't know what to do with myself, but we're going to try to keep going. Oh, man.
But it's all good. It's okay. It's okay.
Weird.
It's okay. It's okay. Now I'll be taking the reins here. Agent select screen is underway. We already have the Neon already out in the pick here, which is again not a surprising pick, because normally you'd play one of the normal duelists like the Reyna, Jet.
It's weird to see a Neon, just because there's not that much play space on a map like Lotus. There's a lot of walls, so it's an interesting one. And Omen, we see Omen. That's what I was gonna. That's what I was gonna touch on. I was gonna lead into the controllers, and then I started to hear myself 7 times. It was very weird, but we're fine now. But the controllers are very pivotal in this map. There is, like we were saying, there's not a whole lot of open space for Neon to really slide and do the Zeus fingers and all that. But there's just enough for it to be essential that you need at least 1 controller on your side, which is where we're talking about Viper and maybe Astra, Harbor, but we're not going to see any of those. We're going to see double Omen. We're also going to see, okay, we got a Breach coming into play. Serg is going to pick up a Breach. That's going to be an interesting one. And Ethos is going to lean and I don't think this is. I don't think. I don't think Lotus. I don't think Lotus in general is a really duelist heavy map. You have maps like Icebox Ascent where you could see a double duelist setup and it could really work in your favor. But on a map like this that is so close quarters, I think your best option is maybe double up on Sentinels, or because of the third site, or double up on controllers. And it looks like we're gonna see a double initiator on both sides. That's what's weird. We're not seeing a double duelist or a double controller. We're seeing double initiator on both sides.
Okay, so here's the thing with the current meta of Valorant. I feel like double initiator is the meta right now, not the double duelist. Because again, you'd want to get as much information as possible so that you can isolate them into a 1v1 scenario where you would have the advantage instead of the other team. The problem with having a double duelist in Lotus is the fact that if you get killed here, there's not a lot of trades to be happening here. But as we start the round, Bane's already kind of near here, has to try and run away, but backs away safely. The Paranoia might be online for him to use, but gets away safely, gets bitten up though, but he's gonna get picked off immediately here. And now it's a 4v5, and they have advantage here over to this A side.
Yeah, Alexander taking a couple pot shots off there, switching out with Beers. Zeke barely able to slide through that doorway with the help of his team, and now it's a full rotate from Skwirel all the way back to A site. And this is going to be an interesting one to say the least. 55 on the clock. Surge going to go ahead and get that bomb down. Nerf is ready and waiting. George ready and waiting as well, holding the angles. This is nothing but chaos ensuing. Vora picks up 2. That's what Sky's there for. That double initiator coming into play. The flashes, the heals, all coming into play. Ooh, gotta love it. Beers slides down 1 versus 3 now as the trades come out from the Killjoys. Vora's been detected. It doesn't matter because he's just that much better. 3-piece on the board for Vora on that Sky. Double initiator once again being very crisp in the first round here. It's going to be 13-37, picking up the victory.
Yeah, tried to go for the initial pick here early on in that round, but because of the dog being bitten and again the sound cue being heard by the Sky, which is again one of the initiators that is very important here in Lotus, you can get the initial pick here. And the thing is, if Neon doesn't get her overdrive up and running, it might spell a little bit of trouble. But again, they're going to be playing with classics at the moment. I feel like we are on the wrong screen, Mr. Production. Now we are back.
Yeah, we're having some audio issues that we're adjusting, but we'll get there eventually. See, that's the thing. It's live. Anything can happen.
True.
Yeah, so
we'll make the sounds. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll do it ourselves. Neon shows up on our screen. Slide.
The dog's over.
Oh, that was a great. Oh my goodness.
Headshot?
Oh, Ethos coming into play, showing off the sheriff's skills, takes down George, but unfortunately gonna get traded out relatively quick. Just a minute on the clock now. Nerfed gonna go ahead and rotate off of B. 2 versus 3 now. Very little health from that Sky on 13-37. Hydro leading the charge as the Sentinel pushing through. Yeah, gonna go ahead and just back off for a second. Let your initiators do the work. Let your guy with the heals and the guy with the flashes, let them go first. All right, both of them. Both have flashes really, but they are now looking for an entry onto a site where Sova is ready, and well, he's on the Warriors, is on that rotate, but not quite in position. And Spike is gonna get planted.
The best part about this is that Nerfed actually has a Spectre right now because he rotated all the way to see Mount to get that Spectre in play. So now he has the ball. Bears is right there with him. If he can get a very good recon here, he can recognize that they're there. Nerf!
Oh.
He tries to get one. He gets it through the wall, and suddenly it's doable now. Bears tries to push in, but it's a double whammy from outside that smoke. And late Valdi eco round. We're back in the screen, guys. It's 2-0. Leaf Battle still leading, but I think we're having some technical issues as we try to fix them.
Yeah,
now,
we're working on the audio. I believe we don't have game audio for us or for the stream. I think that's what's happening right now. But it's definitely if you are just joining us, this is the Singularity Series number 3. My name is Sir Mickey. I'm accompanied. He's over here. I'm accompanied by Dropout Candy. We're your casters for this first best of 3. That's right. There's going to be at least 2 games here. It's 1337 going up against Skwirel Warriors, and Squirrel is spelled horribly wrong, but it's okay because we're here to have fun. And I legitimately, dude, I looked at it when we first hopped in. I was like, Skwirel Warriors?
Skwirel?
Skwirel. That's how I read it. But I mean, that's my brain. But nonetheless, we are, like we said, we're working on a little bit of audio issues here. Just hang out for a second with us, bear with us. But Dropout so far, it's a 2-0. 1337, showing up pretty early, especially Surge, pick up a 3-piece. We've had a lot of initiators showing up just in the first 2 rounds on both sides, but all in all, 1337 showing up pretty strong on attack here on Lotus.
I mean, it's already a given since they've won the initial pistol round, but the second round, kind of a bit iffy there. They actually almost blew it. The thing was, they managed to get out of there squeaky clean with that outside pick without smoke, but third round might spell trouble for them because, again, they are not looking too good on the economy. So some of them might be able to pick up the rifles if ever, but most of them will be sticking with the sheriffs if need be, while the other team of Skwirel Warriors are picking up the rifles here. But since I feel like they did buy the sheriffs the previous round as well, they're not going to be playing with full armor. They're going to be playing with light armor. So that's a big if as well for the side of Skwirel Warriors, because they can get headshotted with the Vandals that Elite Val did take the previous round.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down, again, it's going back to how this kind of similarizes, that's not a word, how it's similar, how this map is similar to maps like Breeze and Haven, where it's very aim dependent. Especially Breeze is a very aim heavy map. Those headshots, I think we're okay. We might have adjusted our audio now. We're heading back in. We're good. It might be a little loud, but we'll adjust it later on. We're fine. Everything is good. We're back in. We're in the block. 1337. With a pretty early lead, 2-0. Squirrel out of this. A game to be had. This is still anyone's game, especially on a map like this that we haven't seen. We don't know how this is going to work. Obviously, these teams have been practicing their strategies and and their compositions, how they're going to work on this. But in terms of strategy, we're clueless, Dropout. I have no idea what's going on here, but we're about to see it.
I mean, strat here so far of that in front of that A area, because the attackers have no advantage at all if they don't take space. Look how look how the defenders are currently situated right now. None of the space has been taken by the attackers here, but somehow, some way, they're gonna find a way to get out of that A area scot-free. That Robo's gonna be proving difficult here, so that's why they need the Trailblazer to at least go by with it. Now the door's gonna be open. They have a little bit of information called out, so Zeke, the rest of the crew, they will be pushing up. Bunch of blinds here, as well as the bird, but not much that can be said here in terms of the picks here, Mr. Mickey, because right now, they're just playing default. They're just waiting for the picks to go into them. I feel like a fight is going to happen soon.
Yeah, I mean, we're taking down to the last few seconds of the round here. We're approaching the 30 mark. I mean, this is definitely going to be chaos here in a moment. Alexander getting absolutely destroyed. Zeki with a beautiful dash. And now Nerf left alone on B site to defend. Unfortunately, not going to cut it. Ethos, this is the man I'm keeping my eye on. Me personally, I'm keeping my eye on Ethos. Hey, what was that, George? Are you okay? Teleport right into Pate's crosshairs. Vora with a quick trade though. And now 2 versus 3 as Bears takes out Vora. That Sky, that initiator, the heal flashes off the board. Very pivotal. Ethos playing pitter-patter between Hydro and Zeki. They're going to peek him. Bears takes out CERN with a quick trade as Ethos goes down as well. 3 making 4. 1 versus 1. There we go. Bears with a beautiful headshot and a 4K to give the first round to Skwirel.
That was way too close for Skwirel there, but they managed to let it go by the skin of their teeth, courtesy of Bears. Look at that flick on the last one.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
That was all him. 4K for him.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Whew. And now,
That's what we're here to see, right? Even though the first 2 rounds went completely and utterly in the favor of 1337, without a doubt, Skwirel was still. Ethos and company were able to come back, snatch it right back, and bring it down to a 1v1, and still hang on just barely and grab that round. So now they're going to have the economy, whereas 1337... not so much. They were on a roll and then they got shut down finally, and they're gonna be on a little bit of a bump in terms of the money. A couple of them are gonna be able to afford guns, but we are gonna see an ult come out here from Zeki, the Bladestorm. He's ready and waiting. Alexander, Paint. There's so many bodies on B site ready and waiting for Zeki to make this move, and he slides on in, but unfortunately not gonna do much in the way of damage. A bit has been dealt to Paint and company, but nothing too pivotal here. Again, just under a minute on the clock. Ethos is sitting and waiting for that C site push.
Look at the tag!
Oh, the Hunter's Fury from Bears. That could have been pivotal. Did a little bit. Nothing too pivotal, though. Still, all 10 players up. 45 on the clock. Starting the company have to push something at some point. Looks like C is going to be their main target.
Yep, they're gonna be pushing here. Really trying to contest the George Bondo's the one planting right now, but they're trying to spray through the smoke. No! Now the spike's down. Paint gets the kill. They're still trying to plant though, that's the real question. Smoke's gonna disappear in a bit. Paint tries to punch on through. Hydro gets one. There's a big wall there in the way, but do they manage to take them out? It's 3v4, now the 3v3 as Vor takes Bears out. All of them are so low in HP, but Nerf is right behind them. Nerf takes one more, and he takes a 3P for everything and anything. Gets in their way. 2-2 for the side of Skwirel.
Skwirel bringing it back. Bringing it on back. Dropping those first 2 didn't really seem to affect them. They kind of came back and they're like, it's fine, whatever. And then look at this quick replay. Nerfed on a beautiful flank here off of that was gorgeous, picking up 3-piece there. Very good stuff from that defending side. Ethos again with the early setup on B side. B side has been kind of a chaotic area so far, just in these first couple rounds of Lotus here. B side has seen a lot of bullets, a lot of abilities, flashes, damage in general, and it's kind of turned into a war zone. And it you can't really blame it. It's a very close. It's probably the most close quarter site, on this map. So it's definitely going to be expected that there's going to be one hell of a fight there every round. And Bears looking to initiate that fight once more with the Aldrome. A little bit of information on Zeki, but he's going to go ahead and fall back. But it looks like 1337 are going to go ahead and at least try to get some more information towards B site, but it looks like they're going to be heading towards A site where Nerf is perched up, ready and waiting.
Yeah, he gets one for his troubles. He gets a TP in this place? Okay, I see you. Nerfy's gonna try to go for another one, but Alexander's right there. Paint getting one more, and it's Nerf to finish things off. He just played in rubble, and they just fell on through.
That was gorgeous. That was Nerf and company shutting down that early perch step on the box, that early positioning really helped out. And then the flash coming in from the 1337 breach Skwirel. The Skwirel breach coming through was pretty great. That flash was absolutely gorgeous, and it allowed Nerf to have a perfect angle without being totally compromised. And then the Shroud step came through with a quick little audio signature to get them to think that he's no longer there, and that's exactly what happened. They no longer pay attention to that spot once they heard that Shroud step, and it just paved the way for a beautiful round again for Skwirel. Now 3 rounds in a row. Can they make it 4?
Though currently pushing into sight. As you said, Skwirel wants to make it 4 in a row. He still has to play catch up here. This is one of their gun rounds that we're talking about. Loss bonus is currently maxed right now, so they do have to win this in order to keep things afloat. Nerf trying to push up. Does he find one? Zeki takes charge. Paint with the trade off. 4v4 still. They have the ultimate about to be ready, and it will be pulled off. Bears getting the pick over George Bondo. He gets one more. Ethos as well. Ethos is just pushing up, but the overdrive is online. The electricity is currently paving the way. It's a 1v2. Vera all left alone, but pros don't fake after all, as Bears keep things nice and dandy as it takes down the last person of their squad as they take another defuse and the round as well.
Pros do not fake indeed. Dropout, I couldn't have put it better myself. Bears sticking it the last possible second. Allowed a fourth on the board. Imagine losing the first 2 rounds and then continuing to win 4 in a row. That was just phenomenal. You got to give it to Nerfed and Bears, the controller initiator, respectively, for Skwirel, have just been putting up kill after kill and information coming out from from Bears on the Soba, being very pivotal in terms of information. Paint getting aggressive here, not going to have quite the angle that he wanted off of that Omen, just barely teleporting out of there. But Vora's setup does have the Seekers ready. We have a couple ults on the board, but I don't know if we're going to see any this round. But if we do, they're most likely going to be from 1337 because they need a round here.
Desperately trying to look for an answer, but their economy is in shambles right now. Right now, it's just all light armor for them, but they still do have the rifles. Question is, does Bear have the spot here? They have the lockdown online as well, so now Late Val has to hurry on over, run away. That spot is not gonna be the best. And Nerfed is already from behind him, as well as Paint. They rush in, Paint gets 1. But he gets traded off immediately. Zaken still wins, but Alexander! He gets 2. Now it's a 2v2 just like that, but now it's a 1v2 again. Pros don't fake. No, he didn't.
Oh, I thought he had it.
By
Alexander, I thought he had it.
By the skin of his teeth.
Just barely. By the hair of his chinny chin chin. And Breach has a lot of hairs on his chinny chin chin. Unfortunately, Alexander going down there, he picked up 2 and he just wasn't able to pick up the 3rd to prevent himself from, succumbing to death. But he decided to stick it, and they already had half. So, I mean, honestly, it wasn't a total shot in the dark. It was definitely worth a try, but unfortunately, they are going to drop one more round because of it. Now 1337 going to get 1 more on the board. 4-3, still in favor of Skwirel. There's still plenty of game to be had, but Zeki getting aggressive early on. Sturge there to help him out, takes down Nerf, the controller, the smokes out.
Whoa, Recon.
Hey, get out of there, my man. Alexander taking a dog to the forehead, but able to take out Zeki no matter what. And now 4 versus 4. We have nothing but initiators on the board, a Sentinel and a Duelist. This is very, very scary for Skwirel to be out of the shadows coming out from George. Vora picks up Paint, bomb plant on a site. Alexander with a beautiful shot on the Vora. 3 versus 3. The retake is in motion.
They're all... Question is though, they're all in that one spot. Yeah. They've done this before. Can they do it again? Skwirel, they're trying to post up this time. Late trying to hold their ground on the backside, but Bears is right there. He takes 1. Bears again with a second one. Who takes the last one? All left to Hydro. Does he have enough water to hydrate his whole team? It's not gonna happen because Bears is right there again. It's always been Bears. Time and time again. 5-3.
Too much water. That's what happened with Hydro. He had too much water and he drowned in his own liquid. That's what just occurred.
He died a Hydro, homie.
Mm-hmm. Big drown. But either way, we're not seeing a ridiculous amount of plays here from George on the side of 1337. Hydro, Ethos as well. The Sentinels not coming into total play here. But again, that's not really their job, right? The Sentinels aren't really supposed to be in the middle of every fight. They're more, let me sit back, hold angles, especially a Killjoy. You're not meant to go in and guns blazing, just picking up kill after kill and messing everything up. But at this point, Ethos does show that aggression, but it's just the shots aren't hitting. But again, not really your job, my man. Just create distractions, be defensive, be as defensive as you can, especially on defense, as Etho has been so far. And I think you'll be just fine. But a minute 15 on the clock here, Surgeon Company still haven't fully decided where they want to go. We have a lot of action happening towards B site, but nothing too critical just yet. And it might be yet another OP positioning from Nerfed here with that Vandal. We saw how critical he was early on. Let's see if he's able to capitalize on it and do it one more time.
The thing is, with this type of spot, there's only one agent that can technically do this. I mean, besides Besides the raise and the other agent, Zeki, he puts up the wallbang headshot. Hydro getting another one as well. They've opened a B side by just these sheriffs, but do they stave them off? Paint nerfed as well. It's a 3v3. Do they finish them off? And I feel like they will.
There we go. Paint going big, picking up a 3-piece. Solidifying a 6th on the board for Skwirel. Great round from Skwirel Warriors. Again, Etho and company coming out relatively strong. Especially after losing 2 rounds in a row. They got 4 in a row, and then they dropped 1 more, and it seemed to have barely affected them. They're doubling Elite's score right now. This is looking really good, especially for Bears up there, 10-5 on Soba. Again, comes into fruition. The question comes into play, is that your job? I mean, you're an initiator, sure, get kills, but like as a Sova, get information for your team, right? Do damage, yada, yada, yada. But the fact that, I mean, Bears is 10-5 right now is just impressive. But nonetheless, it looks like Seaside is pretty much abandoned with the exception of Ethos backed off toward mid. Nerf coming around. Nerf, unfortunately, gets caught right on the dome by Zeki, and Spike has been initiated on C-Site, where Paint has also had his head ripped off. Ethos doing the ripping of the heads now. Makes it a 2 versus 3 as Ethos goes down. Starts with a beautiful headshot. Alexander, Breach versus Breach. Could be pivotal. No, Bears is going to put an end to it. 2 versus 2 now.
They have a lot of angles to check now, but the Nanoswarm's gone. So now they can try and defuse this. The problem is they still have to check where they are, but Hydro, finally, after so much hardship, they get the team ace, they get the win. And now they might be able to actually try and catch up the scoreline, but at what cost? Because they have no money. They're broke.
At what cost, indeed. The timeout is going to come into play here for Elite. They were able to get that last round, but again, you're down by 2. You're on the attack. You have a duelist and double initiator. You should be, if not at a tie game, doing a little bit better than this. I mean, again, still anyone's game. We're still in the first half. It's a 2-round deficit. This is not impossible for either team to take this match. But in terms of the attacking side, you need to be having a little bit more strength coming out, especially when you're going up against a Killjoy and an Omen and a Breach, people that you have on your team. You should know how these guys are playing. You should know how to counter them. And so far, Elite hasn't really done an amazing job at countering them. So they're going to take this timeout real quick. Just 10 more seconds to discuss what they're doing wrong on the attack. Is it post-plant? Is it the attack itself? What gaps do we need to close here? What do we need to work on? And hopefully they were able to discuss that and find a solution, because now we're right back in it.
Yeah. Bunch of seconds left though. And again, I keep telling this, but A side is always the default, but if they don't want to default an A, I feel like defaulting a C is a much better idea for them, because there's only one person that's usually situated in the C side more often than not, compared to the other sides that might get high gear. This Paint gets one, but immediately it gets traded off by Mora. Might want to think about the rotations now, because now they have their sights set on that A side.
Yeah, that early trade is a little rough. A little rough indeed. Laura with the early trade, that's pretty big, but now the Seekers are finally going to come into play for Bora on that Sky. Cause a good distraction for Ethos and company. They got to deal with those squids before they can deal with the 5 bodies on top of them. Bora and Zeki both picking up 1 apiece. 2 versus 3 now. Leet is on the post-plant defense, and Nerfed is essentially by himself here with a stinger. He's got his buddy wrapping around and finally going to meet up behind him. Alexander goes down, 1 versus 3. Zeki goes down to the hands of Nerf. 1 versus 2 now. Tries to swap out for the Vandal, but no dice. Surge.
Ambitious.
Gonna put him down 6-5. Skwirel just barely still ahead of this. Leet hanging on.
Leet is trying their best not to fall into a very large gap. Skwirel is the last gun run as well, so both teams do have the guns to play with, besides Zeki, because he is rocking that Spectre right now. He does have the Blade Storm, George Bondo with the ultimate ready, as well as Nerfed, so not a lot of damaging abilities here, but a Blade Storm can come in handy in a time like this, especially when you're in the attack. He gets activated though, but he gets revealed rather immediately.
Oh
Gets
my.
healed and almost dies because of it. He gets healed up, which is good, but pain? Uh-oh. Just has to play in Mount just a little bit here. Zeke, he might get revealed here. He's kind of stuck, and George Bondo finishes him off. Now they have full access over to that C side because currently the Killjoy is on low HP. They have the lockdown online. They don't have the aftershock to deal with it because of the HP bars. But Nerf, can he get anything out of this? Not gonna happen. All of them died to George Bondo, and suddenly it's a 5v2.
Utter chaos has ensued. Bomb is in full rotate all the way back to A side. It looks like 1337. They're in trouble, man. They are in trouble, and it's not the best situation they could possibly be in. But Skwirel also not the best situation they could possibly be in. Ethos 26 HP with Bears on the flank as well, or at least trying to head up with Ethos here. But all of that out of the shadows could be pivotal. He just spotted both. He spotted both. They have information on both players, Ethos and Bears. They got to play this surgically. Bears picks up one. Ethos down to 8 HP. Is going to take out that turret. Vora is so close to peeking that angle. These guys could totally slither their way onto site, but I think it's going to be Breach in the corner. It is Surge. Absolutely pivotal there. Picking up the last two players. Finally going to tie it up. 1337 hanging on by a thread is finally going to go ahead and reattach the rest of that rope. They're going to take all the threads, weave them back together, staple it and duct tape it to whatever it was attached to, and go ahead and tie this up as we're now going to swap sides. 1337 heading to the defense, and Ethos and company on Skwirel heading towards the attack. So this is going to be interesting to see Neon paint on the attack. I'm really interested and excited to see Neon zooming everywhere. I want to go shoosh.
Yeah, the dynamic truly changes here, and they have to rely on the Sova to get the initial information here. Now they get the flash on, TP's online. Do they take the rubble here? They do so, and Zeke is already gone at the start of things. Do they get more? This time Zerg gets two quick ones. And now does he get more Bears because of that stun? He gets a quick kill as well. Vora, other side on the B site. Hydro gets one over Ethos. So that's a 3v2. It's like nothing really happened in the first half here, Sir Mickey, because right now it's 6-6, as you said. The dynamic truly is changing here because of that Neon coming online, especially with these two initiators, which are really aggressive, I should feel like, because that is true information that you're talking about with the recon dart. Comparing it to the bird that the Sky has, it's not really true recon, but there is an audio cue there as they try to get another pick. Alexander will get the headshot over to George Bondo. It's a 2v2 situation will ensue. Hydro from behind.
Yeah, Alexander and Bears there just kind of holding hands off that kill. Hydro, hit your shots, buddy. There we go. Picks up one. Very pivotal damage to Hydro, now 19 HP. And a Dream. Oh, is it 2 versus 1? Bears with 18 HP in Dream. This could be very pivotal here. He could take down Hydro, but no, it's not even going to come close. Unfortunately, not the health that he needed in that situation. But all in all, Hydro and company 1337 gonna go ahead and once again take a lead here. They haven't had a lead since those first two rounds that they took in the first half, so it's nice. It's gonna be a little nice to see them return back to the first couple rounds here. Just by one though. It's just a 1 round difference, but that could be all they need economy wise to really take the lead here. And if you look at this replay, Bears just going ballistic. Unfortunately, was not able to come to terms with taking the round. Unfortunately,
yeah, it was really close too, because Skwirel can technically take them all out. But it's a good thing that paint was there. Whew, that was a nasty shot over to Surd, but I'll be able to get the Guardian here. They still do have the gun advantage, but they get picked off here 1 by 1, courtesy of that Marshall, then you're gonna be in a world of hurt. The rest of the crew are playing default right now. They're all just chilling. They're all waiting for a pick to happen here. The Trailblazer is up. Someone's gonna get concussed here, so they're gonna get chased out. Zeki getting
nerfed.
not one,
Ooh,
but
Zeki.
2 kills instead.
That was gorgeous. Zeki with a Guardian doing work,
Wow.
but not without a cost, not without consequences. Down to 5 HP, but has the team to back it up. I am not 100% certain why Vora didn't spend the extra, I think it's 100 or 200 on the heals, but to each their own. Decided to opt for that shield instead. They want to keep this lead going, and when it comes to keeping the lead, you need as much ability and weaponry as you could possibly have. But Bears and Paint picking up 1 each, both with headshots, 2 versus 3. Paint getting super aggressive is going to help them retake site, but they got to get bombed down. That's the thing. There we go. Bears is going to get bomb down with Ethos and Paint, watching the backsplash and Hydro and company getting ready for the post plant here, or for the retake, I should say.
They have rope under control, but do they know they're trying to get through slope? There is a way to dampen your noise here when you get down, but it feels like rope has been taken down. Bear is getting the kill over the Hydro. 1v2 situation. George Bondo, it's a 1v1. Now who gets the kill? George Bondo, he clutches it. That was way too close for comfort. Skwirel almost takes that thrifty round, but it's a good thing Leet was there. George Bondo looking like James Bond right now, but the clutch is there. But
Just
at what cost?
take off the O and we're already there. Call a bondulance for Bears and Ethos because they just got put down. George barely surviving that with 1 HP is going to get another timeout going, and now this time it's gonna be Skwirel. Squirrel's in not a world of hurt, more like a small island off the coast of Costa Rica world of hurt. That's that size of world, that much hurt. It's 2 rounds. It's not horrible, but it's not where you want to be. But especially when you just tied up. I mean, you were soaring. You were beautiful in that first half, 6-6 on the switch. And judging by what I'm seeing in the production Discord chat, we got a lot of people rooting for both teams here. It seems to be relatively split here. I don't know if you saw that or not, drop out, but it's definitely going to be an interesting one in the chat. No matter who wins this, our production team is very excited for this one. I don't know if it's because Ethos is here or if it's because Leet is a cool word, but no matter what, it's going to be interesting as the timeout is going to go ahead and dissipate here. But again, Skwirel, same mindset as that first timeout from 1337 early on. What are we doing wrong? We're attacking. What is it? The post plant that we have issues with? I would say yes. I would say the post plant is at the moment Squirrel's #1 weakness. In terms of, again, we're only a couple rounds into the second half on their attack side, but in terms of getting onto site, they're pretty good at it. But once they get onto site, they're just allowing 1337 to just schmooze their way onto site and just retake it, and the bomb just gets defused almost immediately, and it's very upsetting. They did put up one hell of a fight in that last round, but again, it comes down to that post plant and how strong you really are holding your angles on that defense, and unfortunately, Skwirel wasn't strong enough on that last one.
They are still looking strong though, but it's not really the best in the economy. Skwirel, this is their chance to come back here as we try to fix, I think, the errors here. Someone disconnected. Serg did. Okay.
Serg's disconnected, yeah. It's okay. We're
That's
gonna go
okay.
ahead and
We
see
forgive
if we
you.
can get him back in. But let's talk about economy. Since it's on our screen, let's talk about economy. It's first 2 rounds of this half in a way at 1337. They bought both rounds, and the fact that they won both rounds and are still this broke, I'm not sure what's going on. But if they win this next round, it's just because they keep buying. They won the round and then they bought, and then they won the round and they're buying again. So it's really knocking down their economy. But Zeki over there, 3,200. That's not impossible to work with. You can get yourself a Spectre, or I think what he's going to be doing is just focusing on that Sheriff. But at the end of the day, this game is so heavily economy based. You got to pay attention to your money. If you're losing 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row, you're on what's called a loss bonus, where the game feels so sorry that you're so bad at the game, it's going to start giving you free money, and that's going to help you a little bit. But at the end of the day, you have to earn that money yourself. And if you can't do that, it's going to be a very unfortunate setting for you and your team. And at the moment, 1337 is doing splendid in this first half, but it's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to keep that up when they have sheriffs coming into this next round where Bears and company are going to be able to are capitalize because they're buying. Are they going to be able to capitalize because they are buying here, going up against pistols essentially? So it just comes down to the weaponry here right now.
Yeah, the game plan for Squirrel here is to basically get the round without having too many people getting downed and out there by the time the next round comes. Because as you saw in the economy from Late Val, they have no money at all. So instead of trying to force out and eke out a win by buying up the scuffed weaponry with the specters and such, they will try to just half up, play with the sheriffs instead, and try to destroy the economy of Squirrel as much as possible. Because if you notice here in the second round, George Bono did win the round, but at the cost of him being the only person left in his team standing. Because of that, the economy will be in shambles. The third round might be a pipe dream for them to win, but it's entirely not possible. It's entirely not impossible for them to steal this round from beneath Squirrel's boots.
That's the thing. This game is so close. We're still, we're not super early in, but it's so close that it's going to allow any team. Either of these teams have an equal chance of taking this paint, getting up close and personal with a beautiful wall bang headshot onto Vora. And that's going to allow a beautiful sight take for Squirrel. And that's the aggression that we've been seeing from them. They've been so solid on taking sight, but the question is, are they going to be able to keep it? And it's looking like a yes, just based on the fact that everyone is dying on the rotate. 1337 just dropping like flies just to get over to A site, and it worked out perfectly for Squirrel. They're able to recapitalize off of that buy, able to get the guns on the board, and it helped them out immensely. And now just starting to close that gap once more, 7-8.
So now, what you need to think about now for the side of Lead Val is if they can take this particular round. Zeki has a lot of risk going on right now. He is buying the op, but doesn't have the shields to back it up. He does have the utility to play with, but has to back on away. He's been currently stunned here. So he gets the full back, but Ethos, meanwhile, he gets the lurk kill on George Bondo, who's trying to push up in B. He gets paid his dues here, and now they don't have a controller to play with.
Yeah, the smokes out of the game is very this early on in the round is not where you want to be. It's not where you want to be having that extra ethos. Check that corner. No, bit of a killjoy diff coming out here. It's okay. Hydro gets traded out relatively quick by Bears. 3 versus 4. A minute on the clock. Bears and company, they are looking for a full rotate. A lot of noise has been made on C site. With the Sentinel down, they have to make this quick rotate all the way back to A site, where Nerfed is already kind of hanging out, waiting for that rotate to come back through from Surge and company. That's exactly what's going to happen. Surge going to walk right into Nerf's crosshair, and it's going to allow a lot of time for the rotate to come through on A site, where it's now a 2 versus 4, as Alexander going to go ahead and get spike planted. Vora playing very diligently, and now they're going to go ahead and be aware that bomb is planted on A site, and a rotate on top of a rotate is going to come into play, but it's at this point, save the op. That's exactly what they're doing. They're just going to save the operator, save that money, just to make sure they're able to play for next round. Because let's face it, a 9-7 game is definitely not an impossible comeback.
It's not impossible. They have 2 weapons to work with, and Zeki can probably buy up here with at least like a light armor or some heavy armor to boot. But the rest of the squad, the question is, will they buy up with them, or will they try to just save up for the next round? Because right now, the economy of Squirrel is looking good right now. You look at the economy, you look at their guns, they're looking in tip-top shape, and even though one of them will get taken out, there's still a rifle to play with. Again, even if they lose this round, they can still buy up again and then some. And now you have to think about Leet, who's trying to struggle right now. They have money to go, yes, but it is looking like a garage sale with all of these weaponry on the board. I don't even know if these
Yeah.
weapons are viable.
I mean, Zeki's got an operator from the save. Bora's got a vandal, and they believe they have one more rifle on the board aside from that.
There's one, though.
1337. George trying to pull a nerfed, unfortunately, is going to get nerfed. Zeki's going to put him down. 4 versus 4. A lot of damage coming out. Paint absolutely obliterated. Wasn't even able to step foot through that door. Just destroyed on the way through. The Rolling Thunder is going to come out from Alexander, providing a perfect A site take. But there's no one there to help him out.
Ethos! He gets one because of Surge and gets traded off by the Hydra once again. 2v2 though. Leet can still take this back. They have the armor to go. Zeki has no armor to play with in the first place. Spike is getting hustled through A. But they have no information at all, so they really have to play with this revolving door as well. They've heard it. So now they have to pass on through. Good spot. They have the Hunter's Fury as well to play with, but they have the lockdown courtesy of the Killjoy. Do they use it to cover more ground and bait out the Hunter's Fury, or do they just go in guns a-blazing? Bears, he's in slope right now. Zeki has to push up. Who gets the first pick? It's Bears who takes him down.
But now they know where he's at. You can't get back up that ramp. They know exactly where Bears is. And Hydra's going to shut him down with the turret, but Alexander's in a perfect spot to go to work off that distraction. But Hydra's just too quick. My God, Hydro just flicking left and right and up and down and inside out, picking up a 3-piece, doing some work for 1337. Going to put that 9th point on the board.
Yo, Hydra look like Triple H right now. He literally hydrated the entire bot. He spitted them both of their faces. Not kidding.
Oh my God.
What? How did that work? How did that happen?
That was I don't know. Just simply constructed alternatively, I believe, as the kids say, built differently. But no, at this point, I mean, Zeki 16 and 15, Bears 19 and 11, respectively. The top frags for 1337 and Skwirel, both doing phenomenal work. That's the thing. No one in this game right now is totally lagging behind. We have a couple people that aren't really kill happy, but even then, even those people are still providing information, cover, damage otherwise. I mean, their abilities are coming into play perfectly, except Nerf is kind of sitting in that neon puddle. Not sure what that was about, but it's fine. Everything's fine. But that's the thing. All 10 players at the moment are doing work. Surge with a beautiful shot onto Nerf is going to bring it down to just over a minute on the clock. 1337 are being pretty solid on the defense, not getting too overzealous in terms of their peakage and their map control. But speaking of map control, Paint working on taking a lot. Alexander beautifully dropping Bora. Zeki covers up the sound cue to drop down. Bladestorm in hand could be phenomenal. No, Bears puts him down right after the trade comes out, and it's a 3 versus 3.
A lot of ultimates though for both sides. Even they have the TP online as well. Ethos, he gets one. Does he play off Rubble? He does, so he gets 2 for it. Now it's both of the Killjoys popping off, all left to George Bondo here, but he cannot just sneak through. Alexander's right there to finish him off. It's a tie ball game here. And even though Leet won their scrappy round, they lost their gun round. Because of that, they have to reset all the way through 0. Ethos, looking at the instant replay, he goes on through. He pops off in Rubble. And right now, economy not looking too great for Leet.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's like a match of table tennis. We got ping pong right now, man. It's just back and forth. Both teams just tug of warring right now. Just the longest streak we've had is 4 in a row, and even that was interrupted like right off the bat. So it's kind of insane at the moment. These teams just seem to be really, really evenly matched. They seem to be in each other's heads and understanding how these guys play. I mean, like I touched on it earlier, we have a Killjoy versus Killjoy, Breach versus Breach, Omen versus Omen. So these guys know how to play each other's characters. They know how to counter them, and that's exactly what's been happening. Both teams have just been so solid on their counters and on their approaches, and Paint getting super aggressive all the way back towards that defender's spawn is going to force Ethos off that position. Bora and Surge now coming all the way from B. but it is going to allow Bomb to get planted, and now Vora and company looking for any kind of assistance here on this retake. Very little weaponry on the side of 1337.
You have to push on through. Paint literally has nothing to play with. He has high gear, but he gets one kill. Doesn't use the Phantom because he's been taken down, but the defuse, he's still sticking it. He's still sticking it. And even though Alexander kills all of them, it's still the clutch coming in from late. Absolutely mental. That smoke play was so smart.
It was
and
gorgeous.
Even though they took them down, it still wouldn't matter. They still got the win. They stole that.
Yep. Stealing is the name of the game, and if just a fair, just so everyone's aware, if you want to look at the bracket, our Stream Elements is having a little bit of technical issues in the chat. If you want to look at our bracket, it's actually pinned in the Twitch chat. If you want to go ahead and take a look at this weekend's bracket, communitygaming.io/tournament/MSS-3. That will take you to the bracket where you can see these two teams currently battling out, Skwirel Warriors versus Elite, where the winner of this will go up against the winner of the Biggest Birds and MCT, who I believe are playing next, which Dropout Candy will be joined by Kipsy to cast that one, as I'm going to be heading out, unfortunately. But nonetheless, this has been pretty phenomenal so far. It's been a straight game of tug of war the whole damn time. It's been phenomenal. This is just game one. We still have at least one more.
Yeah.
We could see a 2-0 series. We could see a game 3, but instead we're going to have two Killjoy lockdowns come out at once. Zeki's going to take down everyone in sight. Vora is going to join in on the fun as well, and now Bears left to his own devices in a 1 versus 4, 40 seconds on the clock. He's got to do something to solidify any kind of advantage here, any kind of hold, but he's getting flashed and dogged every direction he turns. He can't find an opening. 30 seconds on the clock. If he could just do a little bit of damage, take down 1 or 2 players, get the eco on the rise, but Zeki is just holding that angle too strong. Hydra there to back him up with the kill, and that's going to be 11-9 as Elite are starting to make that gap just a little bit bigger.
They are moving away from the scoreline right now. There's a 2-round gap now between Late and Skwirel. But this is one of their... They still have one more gun round to play with here. Skwirel, again, with the economy that they brought up the past couple of rounds, can still buy up even after this. But the question is, do they catch up to Late here? Because I'm genuinely curious how they'll try to stop the defense, because right now the overdrive's not really working. But I say that, but Paint and Nerve getting 2 frags at the start of things, Paint getting 1 more. They currently heard me, probably, but George Bondo trades things off. 2v4 still, Skwirel have the advantage right now.
An advantage, just the name of the game. Do whatever you can to gain ground, to create space for your team, to get that advantage. And at the moment, both teams have done a phenomenal job of creating, at least in the moment, round advantages. Now Bears working on that with the Owl drone, trying to get some information as George and Hydro here trying their best on this retake. I think they're just going to play for picks here. Just stay back a little bit. Try to play for kills. Don't go in and rush and die, because at the moment, you have the lead, right? One more round, 11-10. That's not going to kill your lead completely. It's not the best position to be in, but it's not going to kill your lead completely. So it's best if you just allow them to take that round, especially since your economy is not in the greatest. So go ahead and save your guns. Allow them to get that 10th point on the board, and we'll see you next time.
10-11. Gap currently shrinking right now. And the replay really does show a lot of the skills here coming in from the controller as well as the Neon on point. You have so many spots to hide in, and if you get stunned here, I feel like Paint can just high gear slide and just kill you immediately, and that's what he showed. Now he has the overdrive to go. Maybe he could try and make space here potentially to B-site.
The Zeus fingers could come into play here. Or Palpatine hands, as I like to call them. but instead the wall's gonna come up as well as the stuns. Beautiful. Hydro wasn't caught by any of those abilities, but it didn't matter because Paint is just that quick, just sliding straight into Hydra's DMs. Now Vora with the Seekers is gonna be able to detect that literally everyone and their mother is on C site, ready and waiting for that bomb to be planted. And that's exactly what Ethos is going to go ahead and do. Throw the triangle onto the square, and now Vora picks up Paint, and now it's a 3-man retake for Leet, which could be better. Nerf turns right into that flash, but somehow it doesn't matter. He's able to take out the fellow Omen. Surge with a quick trade, 2 versus 2, Breach versus Breach, Sky versus Sova. It's an initiator war zone right now. Everything is flying everywhere. Dogs, birds, yellow things, blue things. I don't know what's happening, but Surge and company, they gotta get this down. But no, it's a 1 versus 2. Vora, it's all up to Vora. 1 versus 2. Can he do it? Aldrum comes out. He's able to pick up Bears, but Alexander was just barely a little bit quicker. Is able to get it traded out. Make a wish. DOC, my man, drop out. Make a wish with me. It's 11-11.
I wish this game would be shorter, but now it's 11-11. I don't know. We're probably gonna hit overtime here at this point because nobody wants to keep their lead at all in the Singularity Series number 3. But looking at lead, they have the guns, but they don't have the armor. So that might be the big difference here when it comes to the insta-kill. Zeki's already pushed up. They have someone at there ready as Paint will get 1 kill over to Vora. Does he try and run away here? He's already stunned with everything and anything here. Serg and Nerf with the next kills. It's a 2v4 just like that. But full advantage still for the side of Skwirel because of that round 1. Leet might not even have enough money to buy up for this potential last round that Skwirel might be able to give.
I'm nervous for both teams. I mean, these are high stakes right now. It's 11-11. 1 more round for either of these teams is match point. 2 more and it's over. We could see an overtime here, but just based on the performance of both these teams so far, I think it's entirely possible we're going to see a 3rd match. But Hydro giving his location away, just barely avoiding that recon dart. He's going to go ahead and swing this corner. Bears might catch him here. Beautiful placement of the alarm bot. Shoot a little bit to the left. No, Bears puts him down. Alexander there with the trade off of George, and there we go. Match point for Alexander and company. Skwirel Warriors could very well take this.
It's so unfortunate that that alarm bot didn't give the information that he actually wanted to give. And that's why that's what I really want to talk about. True info versus like okay info, because you have the alarm bot that can be used along with the nano swarm, but if you want something that can give you the exact location where they are, well, you have one agent here that can do all the difference there, which is the Sova. But suddenly the turret, it's online, but it gets destroyed immediately because the Killjoy's too far away. They have no ultimates to counteract this. They have a Blade Storm, yes, but they have to fight back with whatever they have left in the tank. They have the rifles to boot. They have the Spectres as well, but Paint might be able to get the first kill. Can he get the second one? He does so! George Bondo, he gets a trade-off still. But it's a 3v4. They're trying to push in right now. It's a post plant by the side of Skwirel. Lee trying to push up. There's only one guy inside. That is Nerf. They have the Aftershock ready. He gets the kill. Do they try to defuse? Not gonna happen. Ethos gets 2 with the Nano Swarm. And I feel like this might be it, Mickey. Only 1 more kill remaining to end out the first map. And Ethos will be able to take them down. Skwirel takes the first game over to Late in Lotus.
That was all she wrote for map number 1. Lotus, first time we saw it and we were not disappointed. The fact that it was neck and neck the entire damn game was phenomenal. Ethos and company really showing up. Skwirel Warriors at GG, but it's not over yet. That's just map number 1 of a potential 3. It's definitely going to have 2 maps, but it's a potential of 3 whole maps in this series. Skwirel Warriors taking that first one. We are going to go ahead and head over to Ascent next, as you can see by the pick bands here. Pearl and Haven have been banned, as has Icebox, as has Split. Fracture is going to be the decider. So let's just, for hypothetical terms, 1337 wins Ascent. We're going to Fracture. And I know we've talked about this, but Fracture is not a favorite map whatsoever. We don't like it. We don't like to look at it, but I'm wanting to see it. I want to see it. I don't like to see it, but I want to see it just to see what these teams are really made of, because that was map number 1, and it was neck and neck the whole time. But either way, we're going to go ahead and send it to a break. Dropout, do you have any final words before we send it into break to come back for map number 2 on Ascent?
Hopefully, Lead comes back here after that really great showing in Lotus. But for the side of Skwirel, if they want to end it, they might as well just finish it right now before Lead can do anything about it.
Yeah, and I think Ascent is definitely going to be the map to do it on. Ascent is one of those maps, like we were talking about earlier, similar to Icebox, where it's very, very balanced. It's not the most balanced, but it's very balanced, so it's equally easy and equally difficult for both these teams to really come in and show what they've got. But nonetheless, we are going to go ahead and set it into a break. Just want a quick shout out to Community Gaming for helping us out with this, setting up everything. We love you guys so much. Also, communitygaming.io/tournament/MSS-3 it's also pinned in the Twitch chat if you want to check out the bracket for yourself. We're having some stream element issues, but it's there if you want to look at it. But either way, we're sending it to break. We'll see you guys in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ranks, welcome on back. My name is Sir Mickey. I'm with the Dropout Candy. We just witnessed an absolute war on Harbor. I keep wanting to call that map Harbor. That's not a map. That's a person.
Lotus.
Lotus. We saw a battle zone, war zone, if you will. Call of Duty shout out on what's it calling it? Lotus. Lotus. That map that we just saw. It was a lot of fighting. But Skwirel Warriors, ended up taking map number 1 on Lotus, 13-11, with an absolute bloody, brutal, disgusting match. It was phenomenal to watch. It was a tie game basically the entire time. It was Elite took the first 2, and then Skwirel did not give an inch the rest of the game. It was neck and neck the entire time, but that's your pick and bans that you just saw. Now you're back on our beautiful faces, but as you may have noticed, Ascent is map number 2 of the evening. We're going to head into that in just a few moments once we get the players readied up and everything. Dropout, we're going to see Elite starting off, I believe, on defense for Ascent. Any kind of words of wisdom or expectations for a map like Ascent?
Ascent is one of those maps where it's basically a legacy map. It's been there since day one. Love it or hate it. I feel like nothing changed in Ascent. The moment you play it, it was still the same until the day that until to this day. Like nothing really changed. You saw Bind, plenty of changes there, Haven as well, but you see Ascent is like, oh, it's Ascent. Okay, I like this map because nothing changed. Nothing ever changed there. I feel like it's a good thing for all of the teams here.
I think they changed a box on A site. I think that's it though. I think A site there was a box, I think.
It used to be not wall bangable, and then now it's
wall bangable. Yeah, dice. It's the dice area. Yeah,
dice.
I'm starting to. Yeah, but no, you're absolutely right. It's one of those maps that literally since day one, so everyone knows how to play it. Everyone knows how to strategize. We know how to counter things. We know how to play our favorite characters. We know how to counter our least favorite characters. It's everyone knows Ascent. If you don't know the map of Ascent, you should probably uninstall the game because it's a basic necessity of Valorant. It's like making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You need the bread. Ascent is the bread. I don't know what the peanut butter and jelly is, but it's the bread. It's a necessity. It's a necessary part of the sandwich. It's instrumental. We need it. But right off the bat, wow, that was quick. Elite, all 5 already locked in. We have a KO. That's different from last time. Wow. I'm ready to see a KO. We got Zeki still remaining on the Jet. We have George on the Omen. We have a relatively similar setup for Elite, at least for 1337 that we saw on Lotus. I remember the map name that time. We still have that double initiator coming out for Elite as well, and I think we might have a mirror setup here. But Paint, I wonder if Paint's gonna remain on Neon because Ascent's definitely, I think, is more favorable towards a duelist than Lotus was.
It's a mirror setup.
Oh, shit.
It is a mirror setup. You literally called it. Sir Mickey, wow.
I mean, don't give me a big head. It was 3 out of 5. It was just fine. But no, it's definitely gonna be an interesting one to say the least. But we got some patch notes that we want to talk to. They did some stuff to the Stinger. It's a little bit more expensive now. It went from 950 to 1100, and it does more damage. Right? Am I
does
reading
it do
that
more
right?
damage? It does less damage?
Less damage,
on the range, yeah. Because the Stinger's a little bit too good now. People learn how to spray with it. Like, why would you ever practice spraying with the Stinger, right? But now the pro player is like, oh, it's actually a good gun because the fire rate is too good. And then suddenly everyone's getting thrifty wins because of it. And now
because of the Stinger,
Brian's like, all right.
Exactly.
Yep, gotta nerf it.
I know this guy named Bucky, and that's all he uses. He's a COD kid, and that's all he uses. Every time we play this game, Stinger. Every time. Paint could get a critical shot off. No damage dealt with so far with that Sheriff. But again, it's Skwirel starting off on defense. Paint immediately picking up Zeki, but a quick refrag here on the nerfed from that fellow Omen. This is already looking like an interesting one where Hydro is looking to create some space on B site where there's a lot of members of Skwirel heading into B garage here, B main, where Bears is ready and waiting with a ghost to put down Hydro. And that's exactly what happens. And there's a lot of space to be created here still. It's a 4 versus 3 defense. Definitely has that advantage in terms of manpower, but now Surge looking for some recon dartage, getting the information. Bears going to get some information of their own. 45 seconds on the clock. One of these teams has to make a move. Randomly shooting through a smoke, going to take down Bora. A shock dart to Surge, and it goes to the face of George Bondo, and that's going to be it for round 1. Skwirel coming in strong.
That was excellent placement of that recon per se. You look at the replay here, and once that recon dart has been revealed, all they had to do was just peek out at the correct time, even using the shock dart in full effect. They finished things off looking strong here, 1-0 for Skwirel.
Yeah, and to be clear, the Stinger does not do more damage. That was my fault. I wronged that red, so I do apologize.
Prod is currently punching the air. Is like, what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm pretty like, what are you talking about? Like, this Mickey dude can't read, man. Paint again, getting semi-aggressive up towards mid, and gonna pay for it. Zeki takes him out with a sheriff shot of his own. 120 on the clock. Alexander and company starting to play a little bit more passive here with the with their duelist off the board that early. It's not going to feel too good.
And they're just getting off the eco frags here, but Bears will take one over to Hydra. One down on the side of Skwirel's already good enough of a eco for the side of Fleet, but do they increase it even more as the rest of the attackers are slowly closing in? They're inside the smoke right now. Ethos wants to play Smoke Criminal, but there's not much crime to be done here underneath the wraps of that smoke. George Bondo will be the one planting it down. Zeki with the kill over the Ethos. Bears with 1. It's a trade-off for trade-off, but suddenly Skwirel are actually back against the wall. They don't have the guns per se, but they can play off with the classics that they have. They push up, they have the paranoia ready, but it might be a quick one as Bears takes 4 and they win off the round there, 2-0. But they might not even have enough economy to go for the gun round here, courtesy of Lee.
I think they're going to be okay just based off of how many survive. They still have Spectres to play around with, but Bears again going huge. That quick replay there with a 4K, currently 6-0, and they are going to be okay on economy so far. It's the 3rd round. They aren't going to be swimming by any means, but we are going to see a Marshal, 2 Spectres, 2 Sheriffs, and on the other side of things, Elite, they saved the first 2 rounds. Maybe not full save, but they saved enough to the point where they're all going to be able to full buy. Aside from Hydro, he's going to have to do half shields, but nonetheless, going to have a rifle on the board for Hydro. Zeki getting aggressive again, has been aggressive the last 2 rounds, has so far paid off, gotten those first 2 kills on that fellow Jet, and unfortunately that time was not able to get the early pick, but now the rotate, maybe the rotate is going to come through here, but Hydro is keeping an eye on this B main listing as his Ethos with his Sova. They're making sure that no one's going to do a quick rotate whoop-de-wop, and it looks like Leet might just be cutting the noise and doing a quick re-hit back here on a site. Surge with a beautiful owl drone detects 1, not just 1, but 2, 3 on site. Zeki, this is scary. What in the world just happened? What did Zeki just do?
He posted up, he got punished for it, but Zerg and Rondo Bondo was there to trade off, get the good kills, and well, not that much money that not that much atonement they could do here as the Ethos. He's only rocking with the Sheriff right now. He can go for the headshot, but does he go for it? He tries to go for 1, not able to get any shots in as George Bondo will get the wall bang. Hydro as well. Leap will win it out very comfortably here. 4 people still alive, so now that Skwirel will go for the gun around here, this is actually pivotal for both sides because it's going to determine the economy for either team.
Yeah, again, we touched on it on Lotus. Economy is a huge part of this game. Obviously not the entire game, but it's definitely like that. That was nuts. Look at that. Like Zeki, I honestly drop out. I think you might have missed it because I reacted to it and it just kind of got dismissed. But that was insane. Zeki just kind of clipped through the smoke and ended up ripping the shoulders off of, I don't know if it was nerfed or I forget who it was, but it was disgusting to say the least. And once again, Zeki with that early peak going to be able to capitalize off of that damage. Alexander and company now going to turn their attention back towards A side. It looks like a lot of attention towards mid as well. And now the rotate may come through for Skwirel as they're going to hear a lot of footsteps as Zeki going to be able to get on site again. The aggression coming into play. Is it going to be enough, though?
Gets one kill, though. Zeki already taking the reins over to site. Does it get more bears? That's a quick kill over to Zeki there. Gets the shock dart, but no one to land on through. And Skwirel, they do decide to save instead of going for the gun round. So victory for the side of late. They have the win advantage here. Now it's 2 in a row. Skwirel, they're having a 2-loss bonus here, and it might shape the economy that they have here soon enough. Leet, they're not gonna go for the engage this time. They're not gonna go for the hunt. They're just looking at each other. Yeah, it's I'll call that
staring into each other's eyes with a candlelit dinner for 3, saving that operator because their economy is gonna be not great. After it's now all tied up 2-2 is again, now we're starting to see this could be a complete opposite from last time from on Lotus, because on Lotus the first 2 were in the favor of Leet and then Skwirel snagged 4 rounds in a row. So we could see a complete flippity flop here, and Leet could be the ones that go on a bit of a streak after they tie things up, but you never know. You really never know. That's the thing about these teams. These players are so unpredictable. They're so phenomenal at what they do. They know how to counter each other. They know how to play these characters. And when you get someone like Ethos and Zeki going up against each other, these guys are phenomenal. They've been in this game since essentially day one. They know how each other think. They know how the players think in general, and they just know things that we do not.
Ethos! It's currently alone inside here. Ethos has to save 5 members, but Alexander, 3K with the Sheriff. Can he get more? Not gonna happen this time as Vora. What a miracle play there coming in from Alexander. Literally, they have nothing to play with, but suddenly, it's a 2v3. They have all the weaponry in the world now. KO literally just needing 1 breath for him to die, and he gets it. It's all left to Hydro, but he will not get it as well. Bears will finish things off, all because of Alexander there with the 3K. And suddenly they just come back here, guns a-blazing.
Guns a-blazing. It really be like that. It really be like that. Unfortunately, Ethos got trapped in that back corner, but Alexander was able to make up for that just a little bit, but is going to get taken out in the end. And Bears was there to put the nail in the coffin. And Bears so far, I mean, has just been so solid. The kills, the assists, the deaths have been just phenomenal so far. If we can see the scoreboard real quick, we could bring that up and just prove how on his stuff Bears has been 9-1 heading into round 6 as a Sova, as an initiator. Phenomenal paint. Again, Zeki with the aggression. What was that? Surge and Hydro both go down with the hands of 1 bullet from paint. That was a phenomenal collateral, and that's going to be enough destruction to force Leet off of that pressurization of B site and just completely rethink their approach. Where do they want to go? Zeki and his buddy gonna go ahead and go through mid while Omen takes the bomb all the way around on the rotate, all the way back to A site. Maybe they still have to look for information. Zeki in the heart of it all. They're in deep. Ethos is ready and waiting, but unfortunately there's no angle to be had. Paint somehow whips that shot. Zeki takes down Ethos down mid. Paint, you gotta hit this shot on that KO, my man.
He's not gonna aim it. He'll just try to back on away. Nerf getting 1. Zeki with a trade-off. Plenty of time to rotate into a site. But Alexander's right there. Does he go huge? He does! Zeki! That's 3 kills. He might be going for an ace here. 2v2
Potential ace.
situation. Both Blade Storms are online.
Potential ace here. This is really terrifying at the moment. It's a jet and initiator for both
It is.
sides. The health is there for both sides. The abilities are
Vora.
there, kind of. Vora's gonna get his 0 point back on the board. Gonna try to shove Pain off that corner. He's gonna fall to his death. 1 versus 1 as Vora barely going to steal the ace. It doesn't really matter though because Zeki was just so solid. That's my personal MVP of that round. Zeki going big with a 4K, not only getting the Blade Storm online, but also winning the whole round. Paint early on with a collateral, and the fact that Elite was able to turn that around and say, we don't care that you collateral 2 of us, we're still gonna mess you up and just take the round anyways. It's fine. We have Zeki, who is 10-5. We'll just give him a Vandal and his Blade Storm and watch him go.
Yeah, watch him go here, but you look at Pain and he's already rushing up. He has the flashes ready, through info's there, but none of the shots hit after the second one. Fora getting 2 on the board. Zerg will get 1. Now suddenly they have no money to go. I mean, given this is their eco round,
Yeah,
they just need to at least get 1 more kill here for Skwirel to get things going. But as it stands, they're gonna be having the lead here.
it's just been nonsensical violence between these two teams so far. George taking down Alexander. Now it's just Bears in a 1 versus 4. Duck Bears, unfortunately, just with a sheriff. It doesn't matter because he hits your shots anyways. It's a bit of a Sova diff showing up, showing out. Speaking of diffs, the Jets are fighting for that diff title right now, and I think it might be leaning towards Zeki just based off of the performance so far. Again, we're still very early. It's all tied up 3-3. We're very early in this game. And Hydro is going to have the perfect angle for Bears to just barely not notice him in that corner. And we're just under 2 hours into this broadcast, and we have seen nothing but tie game ridiculous brutality so far. Look at this early pick from Paint. Blade Storm's out, barely doesn't even think about it. Just slice, takes down Zeki, and then gets traded out, but it doesn't matter. The damage was dealt. That duelist was off the board early on, and then it just came down to that 1v4, and all it needed to do was take out Bears, and so far, both teams have just been phenomenal. Bears, 11-3 at the moment. I don't even want to think about Zeki's KD or Paint for that matter, but all these guys, all 10 players so far have just been phenomenal. Pressurization, just not only in this map, but on both so far.
The type of pressure that they're trying to make out here in this map is truly something you want to take note of. Already space taken here in A main means that it only boils down to the mid and B area. So now they don't really have any defenses here. They might actually funnel them into a spot that might be not favorable for the side of late. They're trying to push on to market as someone is actually holding the Odin here. Courtesy of the Sova, do they try to contest this? They try to go in. Zeki takes 1, but Bears has the Odin in place. The Recon's online. They can't really rush on through because there is an Odin at the back of Boathouse. He is the defender of side. He is the vanguard waiting for them to happen.
Oh my
and they'll take the win out. It's tie ball game. That Odin is truly something you want to say. Currently bring the hammer for the side of Skwirel.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Sova daddy in the house right now. The Kayova combo has just been brutal so far. The KO and Sova duo just been phenomenal. Bears specifically has just been on point, currently doubling his second fragger. 14-3 going against 7-4. I mean, and Zeki's on the other side, almost doing the same. Almost also doubling the second fragger. 11-7 versus 6-5. But Paint again with the aggression down long. Unfortunately, not gonna spot anyone out. The 0 point is going to force Leap to rethink their process here about pushing A. Should they rearrange to push for B? Should they just go down mid and see what happens? I think they're going to choose the latter, but at the end of the day, it's all about communication, and both these teams are very clearly solid in that communication. It's a tie game, 4-4. Both teams, phenomenal work so far.
Doing the work here, and as you said again, it's a barn burner. They keep tying the game up, and it seems that nobody wants to make a very incremental lead. They have the recon online, but it's immediately been taken down. They have a lot of utility to use. That's the Hunter's Sphere as well that they're talking about. Paint missed the second shot, but Vora takes the kill now. So 4v3, make it a 4v2 as George Bondo will get the kill over the Nerf. 3v4. A lot of ultimates online for the side of Fleet, but I feel like they don't even need to use it right now. But Bears? What? No info? He still kills him. Hello, check his PC right now. There's the shot dart still available. Does it go through him? It goes through Jen. They're trying to play off each other in short, but it's currently been smoked out. They might be into a very dire kill zone. Asitos pushes out. He gets one for his troubles, but gets traded out by Hydro on the crossfire. 5-4, and Lead take back the round.
And that was Etho's first kill, unfortunately. That was...
it was?
Yeah. He's, at the moment, Etho's not super showing up on Killjoy so far, but again, as a Sentinel, not really your job, right? You're on defense, hang back, play angles, play defensively, and you'll be just fine. And so far, both teams' Killjoys have been doing that pretty great. What I'm concerned about is this man right here, Zeki. Zeki has just been so incredibly solid so far, whether it's a headshot, a foot shot, or just right in the chest. He's just been so solid, except against that guy, Paint. Both Jets are they're just fighting. They're just fighting for the Jet Div title, and at the moment, they're both doing phenomenal work. And the Duelists, that's exactly what you need from your Duelists. You need them to go in, do damage, get kills, give you that information. Whether or not they die is essentially irrelevant. Obviously, you want them to survive, but as long as they do that damage and they give you that information, you're going to be just fine. And the fact that both Jets have been doing so much damage, it's going to cause Skwirel to call a timeout, reevaluate their defense. Where are our holes at? What gaps do we need to close? What do we need to do to make sure these guys don't even make it to site? And 1337, the exact opposite. What can we do better? How do we get to site faster? What do we do on those post plants to ensure victory for ourselves? And at the moment, both teams, I feel like a broken record, but both teams are just doing so good right now.
They're looking great, but the question lies now if Fleet can get the 2-round advantage over the Skwirel. They have the lockdown already. They also have the null command to boot. So the question is, do they pull the trigger here? And do they go in? The recon's online. They have everything on lockdown. The question is, will it actually count now that the lockdown's gone? The counter lockdown gets activated, and Zeki will take the first kill here. They try to trade off each other as Alexander goes huge with 2. Ethos with 1, but it's Vored with the 2 kills that might be needed here. It's a 2v2. They have to revive him, but it feels like he got TP'd all the way to B site. They're gonna leave the KO alone here to his own demise. This spike will be planted. The KO is gone. Now it's a 1v2. They're gonna be playing. Oh, he's playing off market instead. I'm more surprised. I like this type of play, but will he get it? Paint reads him like a book.
Yep.
Paints him a new canvas, and suddenly Skwirel, they take back the round again.
That's a risk. That is so risky playing that far up on an aggression when you just kind of waiting for a rotate. It's very risky to push that. He pushed market and tried to get the cutoff, and he was there. He was holding the angle. It's just the fact that Paint, like you said, has just been so on point with those shots. But Alexander and Ethos both doing great work that round as well. And but unfortunately for George, the headshot just came in perfectly from that man right there, Paint, and it's going to continue to be a tie game. We could very well see a map number 3 just based on the fact that both these teams have just been destroying each other, perfectly balanced and perfectly evenly. It's kind of disgusting how these guys are just completely reading each other every round.
Every round. It's always a different scenario between these two teams, and you'd want to think that eventually these guys would have the advantage over to each other, but It feels like a repeat of Lotus as well here, Vicky.
Yeah, it
Feels like it might.
It really is. It feels like a repeat. It feels like Groundhog Day. We are stuck in the Matrix. We're in the bookshelf dimension, and it just keeps happening. But nerfed. Look at this angle nerfed is holding with the ADS Bulldog. It's all about timing here. Zeki off the peak, but the paranoia comes into play. Nerf barely escaping with his life, but the information is still there. Zeki is going to be able to capitalize off of the information the Sova gave him. Bears with a quick trade. 4 versus 4 now. Sight is... What is Ethos doing? Ethos, what are you doing?
George? What?
Barely, I don't know what that was. He survived somehow and unfortunately was not able to make it count. But now 2 versus 4. It's a 2-man retake, a 2-man disadvantage. Now a 3-man disadvantage for Skwirel Warriors. Paint left to his own devices. 1 versus 4. If anyone's going to do it on this team, it's going to be Paint. But unfortunately, not enough time was provided, not enough angle, not enough information, damage, whatever you want to say. Paint's not able to cut it, and it comes down to 6-5, almost at the half.
Almost at the half. This is the last one, as we're talking about here. Zeki, he goes huge initially here, but at the end of it all, still gonna win it out here. Elite having an advantage. Skwirel, whatever hodgepodge pick they have here, I feel like it could work. Aries coming in from Bears. Paint has the Blade Storm, so anything could go for him. But the rest of the squad, they have 2 rifles at least, so can at least play a crossfire here if need be. Elite should know this, so they're playing a little bit cautious right now, not letting any aggressive pick go in their way. Eventually, they're gonna have to walk through sight just to get an advantage this time, Mickey.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say aside from both teams are great. I just feel like such a broken record. Paint, what the hell was that? No! Any other gun, but he had the shorty. The Blade Storm didn't connect where he needed to, and any other gun aside from that shorty, he might have actually been able to take out that Sova, but unfortunately the distance was not in his favor there. But now, Alexander setting up for a defensive maneuver here. Surge, like 10 HP in a dream, dude. I don't know how he got out of that fragment, but just barely. 18 HP, somehow survives, and that's going to cue a full, well, maybe not a full rotate, but they're going to rethink their attack process here. Elite is just to make sure they're good, but Vora,
they're going to re-hit.
Yeah, they like to do this. Elite, I've noticed they like to do this. They did it a couple times on Lotus. They've done it twice here already. They approach the site, feel like they need to back off. Then they cut the noise and keep on going. Bears picks up 1. Alexander, what the hell was that shot? We have no idea.
Alexander goes huge.
But it's Alexander's no good, horrible, very bad day as he finally gets down, but nerfed is going to be able to pick up the pieces and put that puzzle back together and tie the game up 6-6 as we're switching sides heading into that second half. Both teams, again, have been so phenomenal. Look at this kill from Alexander. I don't even know how this happened. It was the weirdest thing in the world. Just not that one.
That was quick.
That one. Or wait, no. No, it was the first one. Yeah, it was the first one. It was weird.
Yeah.
It was just like, I guess I blinked and didn't really see what happened, but it's fine. Nerf was there to pick it up and end it off. It's all tied up 6-6. Bears currently 18-6. I mean, could you ask for more? Unfortunately, both Killjoys. Let's see if Hydro picks it up a little bit on this second half, heading into defensive, but both Killjoys not doing a phenomenal job of getting kills, but again, that's not their job. Hold the angles, play defensive, and they have been doing that. They've both been doing phenomenal damage, getting the
aggressive play
with the alarm bot, but yeah, a lot of aggression coming out really early on B site. Paint taking down Surge, creating space, capturing B site. Bomb gonna get planted, and now it's a retake for Lee.
Late, it's a 4v4 onto the site, but there's a lurker currently walking through mid, but there's an alarm bot there, so they have to be wary of it for the side of Fleet if they want to make things going for them. They have the flash ready. They don't have that much true info to go about it, but their HPs are so low. They have to play off trades, and that's what Leet has right now. They have the gun, they have the health advantage. Zeki will get the kill over to Ethos to start things off. They're trying to whittle down the numbers. George Bondo again, more kills. Alexander getting more. Does he get the last one? Not gonna happen. It's a 1v1. Nerfed. He gets the last kill. It's a wall bang as well. That's the guy that you want to see lurk and get the final kill onto this round. Skwirel looking good because of that first pick here. I wish we could have seen a replay there, and as we do, again, Paint, he was the one that initiated all of this a while ago. If he got killed early on, it would have been probably a win here for the side of Fleet, but because of the kills coming in from Alexander, it almost made sure that Nerfed had enough bullets to finish off the last player of that squad. They have an advantage right now. Let's see if they can make it a 2-round lead.
Zeki, you okay, bud?
Yeah,
that was weird. I wonder. That honestly kind of looked like a hardware issue, maybe. I don't know. He just kind of hung out and died. But nonetheless, Nerfed again loves to diff his fellow Omen. It's honestly really funny how aggressive Nerf gets whenever he sees that fellow Omen. And Alexander and company, they are just doing phenomenal work, finds themselves all the way on to a site where it's just Hydra now in a 1 versus 4 with that Sheriff in hand, no abilities. Beautiful shot on the Bears, but that's gonna be it. And Hydra, unfortunately, is going to be able to find 1, but nothing after that. And Skwirel going to continue their lead here, 8-6.
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, they've already bought the guns here, so full gun round for the side of the other side of Late. It's a good round for them already. And even though Hydra took down 1, will it be enough for them to take out Skwirel once again to make it an 8-7 score line? Again, like Ascent, when you talk about the space given here, I feel like mid is the most important one of them all, because again, it gives you so much access to middle, A side and B side all at the same time here, and that's what they're doing right now. That's a full bomb rush over to Market as they slowly go on through Zeke. It's a 3-man side defense here over to that B side, and Ethos and Bears, they just destroyed them. They didn't even have the rifles to work with. And they weren't looking. They just got caught lacking.
That was insane. That was insane. Ethos picked attack to start to get really aggressive here and helped out his team with that early pick. And Bears, again, we had this exact lurk. We had this flank earlier where someone came through mid and it was an absolute round saver. It could happen again. The shock dart comes through, but they don't know. Bora's out of there. Bora's with the flash drive as well. Picks up 2. He's going to provide himself just enough room to get the hell out of that situation. Try to save that Phantom for next round because they already know they're going to lose this one. It's a 1v3. He doesn't have enough time to kill all 3 and get the defuse off. Bora knows Bear's here. He knows and he's ready and he's waiting and he's going to solidify that 3rd kill on the board, and he's going to be able to keep just a little bit of economy for his team, keeping that Phantom up and ready. And Elite is just ever so slightly starting to really drop the ball here. They've now lost 3 rounds in a row, which 2 more rounds, it'll be the biggest gap of the day so far. We saw them lose 4 rounds in a row on Lotus, but that was it. That's the biggest gap we had, is a 4-round streak from Skwirel. So it really comes down to how much these guys are really in it to win it. And Bears, unfortunately, just swapping weapons here gave away his location, and Bora was able to put him down. But Bears currently 20-9. I mean, if that's not impressive, then I'm not a caster. I guess I'm not, though. I don't know.
I mean, you got the numbers all right. You just need to finish off the map here. But you saw a while ago that Bora did take a lot of kills there before saving up that rifle that he has now. And could have been worse here for the side of Late, because Skwirel, they won that bonus round. They had all the rifles in the world to get. And even though they got taken down as 3, there's still 2 members here that have the rifles to work with. Again, they're walking through B, so they should know that it will be a bloodbath here in Link. There's Alexander in Paint. It's a quick one at that. I feel like it's going to be a flawless victory for the side of Skwirel here, making it quick and easy, increasing the economy, and again, as you said, making the biggest gap here for the entire team so far. It's a 4-round gap.
Yeah, this is they're all tied up with on Lotus. 4 round difference here. This is the biggest one we've seen. Obviously, this is only game 2 of a potential, I think, 8 today. I'm not sure. But it's gonna be another series after we hop off here. You're gonna stay, Dropout. After this series, I'm unfortunately gonna say goodbye for the night, and you're gonna hop in with Kipsy, and you guys are gonna continue to have all the fun in the world. But so far in this series, Skwirel is up 1-0.
What?
Unfortunately, the timing is not gonna be in their favor. Paint's gonna be able to put them down, but Skwirel again in this series is up 1-0. 3 more rounds on the board, and this will be a 2-0 series just like that, at the drop of a hat. But you still, no matter who wins this map or the next one or whatever, you need to give it to both teams. Both teams have just been so phenomenal. Vora with a beautiful
what?
2-piece, one of those being a full-on wallbang. Now, KO and Omen, a K-Omen versus K-Omen at the moment. The fragment comes out, as does No Command. That's no abilities whatsoever for Skwirel, but it doesn't matter for Alexander. He takes off Vora nonetheless, and there we go. Nerfed is able to capitalize. Doesn't matter if there's a No Command or if there is a party in the USA by Miley Cyrus. It doesn't matter because it's 11-6. Now we have reached the biggest win streak of the night at 5 rounds, 11-6 at the moment. This is not at all where 1337 wants to be.
Yeah, it's not looking too great for 1337. Do you want to get 13 rounds here? But I feel like it's not gonna happen this time. As the side of Skwirel, even though they have a scuffed name, they might be biting off the nuts here of this victory. As Vora will start things off with a quick kill over to Paint. Now they don't have a duelist to work with. They still have some ultimates to spare. The Hunters for you might be helpful in this type of situation, but right now just looking for picks this point just to whittle down the numbers of late. Only trades? Boy. What? No trade?
No trade.
Bro, gotta peek out for your buddy here. And Nerfed, he gets one as well. They won out the default that I...
Like, what? What is happening? Like, what is up with these solo pushes? They keep just peeking each other solo, and there's no one there to get a trade. I don't know what that was, Ethos, but come on, man.
If it counts, it counts right now. And Skwirel, they had the disadvantage early on. Now they have a 1% advantage here. Paranoia is out. Zerg really has to pay his taxes here, as the Guardian will be used on to CT. Nerf does have a lot of utility here as the TP is online. Zeke getting 2 kills. Where's the last person in the squad? They have the Hunter's Fury, yes. Will he use it? Will he pull it out? Oh, no, he gets killed from behind. That's a wallbang headshot. It's all left to Bears.
Versus Sova. Sova versus Sova.
He can keep playing with his food here. And Bears will win it out. It's a wallbang headshot. That's a clutch coming in from Bears.
Beautiful clutch from Bears. It's all set at match point. Not only is this match point, but 1337, they have to win 6 in a row in order to even have a chance to bring it into overtime. So I think, I mean, I'm not 100% sure, and I don't want to caster curse it right now. We've had a good record today. We haven't had any caster curses so far, but I think Bears and Company is going to go ahead and take this second one. It's going to be 2-0 in the series for Skwirel. It might be a tad early for prediction. You know, we could see a full comeback from 1337. Zeki putting down Paint again. Those Jets have just been at each other's throats today. Tooth and Nail just wanting to prove who's the better duelist, and it's just been so solid so far. But again, 6 in a row is needed for 1337 to even have a chance at bringing it into overtime. So it's definitely going to be an interesting journey. It's going to be an interesting climb up this mountain, but I think George and Company are well suited for the task.
You're equipped and ready for it. We saw this once, the previous round. They were down a person and they managed to win that round. Skwirel, will they do it again? Late, they have to cover all of their bases this time and not play alone. Zeke, they used the flash. It was effective. Now the null command's online here. Do they respect it? They're gonna destroy the switch here as a full rotation is underway. Side of Skwirel.
We were talking about playing alone, and Zeki flies solo. It seems.
Alexander?
Oh my goodness, Alexander.
What?
Two
2v1?
nerfed as well. I think nerfed and ethos. They have to put a nail in this coffin right now. Hydro is in a 1 versus 2. Bomb gonna get thrown all the way over at B site. I think Hydro is gonna be able to get there before ethos is, so that post plant setup is gonna be entirely up to nerfed here, and Hydro definitely has a chance in this 1v2, but he's got to play it completely surgically as he has limited abilities here. The lockdown could come into play, but it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get himself into a position to use said lockdown. But again, it's all up to the angles. Nerf goes down with a beautiful headshot. Hydro has no idea that ethos isn't actually on site. 1 versus 1. Let's see what happens. Hydro shuts it down and keeps 1337 alive and breathing barely. They're on the respirator, but they're there. They're breathing. I think. Yes. Okay, we're good. We're fine.
We're good.
That scared me for a second, man. Oh,
condition
man.
is stable, but I don't know, man. Economy still not looking too great for the side of late, but they will survive another day.
Barely.
He had the call there. He had a number of ethos here. Ethos could have just finished things off, but maybe he wanted to go for the content instead. But I guess it might actually haunt him in the rear if that happens. But Skwirel for now. Another gun around here. For the side of late, they're just scrounging up whatever they can. I feel like another jet diff is underway. Zeki again with the second kill. You honestly love to see it here. But do they try to... Oh, Alexander with the 2K.
Oh my
It's
word.
always been him. It's always been the KO that you have to watch out for. Barely any HP here, but what does it matter? Still, it's a 3v3. They just have to avoid Alexander getting another kill for him to profit off his losses.
Alexander he's time and time again, he's put
No,
the kill
Alexander
and kill all your
again!
opponents. It's a potential ace here, but no, Hydro gonna shut him down. Killjoy and Sova versus Killjoy here.
He did this again.
Hydro in a 1 versus 2 with Ethos in the play as well. Bears ready and waiting underneath of heaven, looking for any kind of opening here. Again, Hydro not the best in these situations. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get anything done. And ladies and gentlemen, Skwirel Warriors is going to take map number 2. That's 2-0 in the series. Skwirel Warriors doing phenomenal work. Both teams doing phenomenal work, but in the end, Skwirel Warriors again, it's just a little bit better in terms of the kills and the retakes, and they were so solid. Ethos and company gonna go ahead and take a big fat dub, 2-0 in that series. As that's it for me. Dropout, you're gonna continue on with Kipsy here in just a moment, but let's do a little bit of analysis before we send it into the next series. Dropout, what are your thoughts? What are your concerns? Who's your MVP?
Concerns in that second map, I feel like Elite had some good rounds there in the first half. Not gonna deny it, but the second half, I feel like they were lost there. It feels like, because Hydro, George Bondo, and Serg, they were the ones that also popped off in Lotus, but right now they were nowhere to be found. It was Zeki and Vora that tried to carry the team, but then again, only the kills can get you so far when you want to win out the game as a team there. So many shots that could be made there for all of the members, but this type of game, I feel like Skwirel Warriors was just a little tad bit better here on Ascent here.
Yeah, just a tad. That first one, I mean, the first map was definitely closer on Lotus. It was definitely closer by a long shot. And then when it all came down to it here on Ascent, it just ended. Once, I mean, it was very unfortunate. Elite got to that 7th point, or that 6th point really, and just kind of stalled out for a minute. They were finally able to get that 7th on the board, but after that, it was just endgame for Skwirel. They just took it by any means necessary, and they were phenomenal at doing just that. Hydro right there being the round, keeping them in it, but keeping them in it at what cost? What did it really do aside from just slow down the inevitable? It was very unfortunate seeing that happen. It's a 5-round deficit. Wasn't horrible. Still got to give it to both teams. That's what I was saying early on. No matter who wins these first 2 maps, it's a GG in my book. Both these teams put up one hell of a fight, and they both definitely showed that they deserve to be here. But unfortunately for 1337, they are no longer going to be here. They've been sent home. Skwirel Warriors are going to go ahead and move on. But before we throw it into the next game, we're going to see Mochi Fan Club versus Andy's Farmers. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and hop out. Kips is going to hop on with you. Dropout has been a pleasure casting with you. Community Gaming, again, sponsoring this stream. Thank you so very much. Mystic, thank you for having me. We'll see you guys in the next one. Be sure to check out the bracket, exclamation point bracket in chat. And you guys have a great day, and we'll see you in just a few moments.
Welcome, ladies and gents. We are back to the Mystic Singularity Series number 3. My name is Candy. Together with me, joined on the casting desk, is Kipsy herself. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's a lovely Saturday evening with a lot of intense games. The teams last game looked really nice, and we're gonna go to 2 new teams and see how they do. It was I was really thinking it was gonna go to overtime the first game. I was like kind of
True.
hoping for it. It was just really close competition, so I'm hoping to see that again too. Some really good games, some close games.
Yeah, some battling out here indeed. But again, this is the quarterfinals bout, so we're already done with round number 2, and we're all left to the top 8 teams. It's gonna be Mochi Fan Club versus Andy's Farmers in another best of 3 banger here. They said Prod already said we already have the maps ready, so
Ooh,
let's just show it here. And
okay.
wow, okay, so it feels very different here compared to last time because we
Mm-hmm.
didn't see Haven or Icebox. So these 2 maps will be picked out here for the first 2 maps. And once again, our decider is always going to be Fracture here, Kipsy. Any thoughts on
Yeah.
that?
Well, Fracture, as we said before, it's not really a fan favorite from anybody. But I am excited to see Haven and
From you too?
Icebox. I mean, I don't hate it, but I can live without it. I mean, the running joke with me and Fracture is that every
True.
time my boyfriend and I play, we always get it. So I'm just sick of it at this point.
Yeah, I don't know what the Riot has in terms of the algorithm when picking out Fracture as a map, but every time in our minds we say that we hate it, it's always there.
For
Why is
sure.
it there? We do not know. It'll just show up, but lest we forget, we're gonna go into agent select screen shortly. Haven is gonna be our first game on the board here. Any picks that you might want to guess here? Because on the other side, we already have the team locked in. Viper already outside. We
Ooh.
have a double sentinel lineup and a Reyna for
Yeah.
added measure. The Reyna's the first. This is the first time Reyna's been out in the stream.
Exactly. Reina is always, she's a safe pick. She's like a really
Hmm.
good, to me, she's a good duelist. And if you have the right person on it, she doesn't really do much in terms of helping the team with her utility, but she does clear out the space. Because would you rather swing a Jet or swing a Reina with the eye out? The Viper pick does surprise me because I used to love
Ooh, yeah.
playing Viper on Haven, but that was back when I was silver, so I haven't seen it since then. And but they do the right lineups and orbs and mollies that I've seen
Oh
and I've
wow.
done, that could work out as well. And we also have on the other side too, so double Viper and almost a mirror comp, actually, just the difference in the dueler.
Hmm. I'm surprised that they brought out the Viper here instead of your typical orb smokers like a
Hmm.
Brimstone, an Omen, or even an Aster here.
Hmm.
Viper on Haven really feels like you're back in Act One, right? Because
Yeah.
again, it's a three site map. You usually use Viper to actually cover out all of the sites, but again, now that we have the current meta roaming about here, it feels like Viper isn't used that much here in Haven. But lest we forget, the two teams they want to favor the Viper. So,
Well,
oh, it's
actually,
not
yeah,
Haven.
we're
It's
actually
not.
going to
It's
Icebox. Okay, so
Icebox.
that makes a lot more sense.
Oopsies. Haha, that was a joke, guys. It's Icebox. I fooled you guys. Okay, it's Icebox. So now that we think about it, Viper is a good pick here. Never mind. So we're getting into this map. Again, the two picks here, looking at it, they're actually not too bad after all. Yeah. The sages used here to actually get a safe plant over to A site or B site if they want to. And again, those orbs as well as the wall from Viper is so good here in this map. Again, she's really not called the queen of the big maps here for nothing, but we're gonna start off here. Infiltrator, quick headshot over to
Ooh.
Anderson. They already have mid advantage here.
Yeah, and it's just a quick take overall. We got some trades going in. Minji getting two, actually, battle safe incoming, but there are, like I said, trades going left and right. It's a 1v3, low HP, no heal available for Suya, and the first round will go to Farmers. That round was kind of quick, but it's only pistol, so it's not the end of the day. They still have some time to work it out, but overall, it's looking pretty good for Farmers. We go back to the instant replay. You see the three-man going towards B, first kill onto zero cap, and then Suya getting those trades after the battle sage portrayed by I Love Minji, and yeah, round's just over just like that. So starting off the game in a really good foot, if you ask me.
Yeah, starting off great here, especially if you're the one in the defense. Getting more rounds here. You might want to get more rounds even more if you want to close it out on attack, but Mochi, this is the second round. It is too early to call here, if I
Yeah.
say so myself, but
We also
I
do
guess
see
they're gonna
the
be.
Vandal on the defense, actually, and I always say that that's
Hmm,
a high risk, high reward buy, because once you lose that
it
Vandal
is.
and the other side has it, it's not going to look well, but so far it is looking quite well. Infiltrator does get the one, trades going left, right, he gets the second, will he get the third? Does get it, and will do a quick dismiss away. It looks like, yep, Farmers gets that round. So, like I said, high risk, high reward with the 3K there for Infiltrator, but if that went south, it could have spelled a different scenario there for Mochi and for Farmers.
Yeah, scenarios, and as you think about the predictions and the timeline it might go through, Farmers they have actually a good chance of winning out this bonus round if ever, cause Icebox definitely feels like a big map here, Kipsy, but if you think about it, when you get into sight, it gets really small.
No, yeah, you're absolutely correct. Icebox is one of those maps where the map itself is huge, but the little angles on each side are quite small. So you have to have a comp that favors both those small and those large angles, but
But next time,
with the 2 Guardian kills right there, there is a trade on the other side of the map, and Spike is down actually on mid. The attackers on Mochi do not have possession of it, so it's not looking so well. But slowly they're making their way towards the B side.
Oh, headshot.
Aiko is taken out, so 2v3 situation.
now it's a 1v3 as you said it. Infiltrator will take the kill over to Lemaine. Zero Cap only holding the Sheriff here. Has a lot of work to be done here, but as someone said here, hard work does pay off. But it has to come through the picks here. Gets contact, but Doggo, he has the better gun. Almost gets killed though for his troubles, but with 7 HP and a dream to work with, Farmers will win that bonus round as well. Mochi Fan Club. That might be a very dire situation early on in this first half, because if you let the defenders get an advantage here, even through economy, they could run through you, especially with the momentum shift going on their side.
Yeah, and 3-0, it's not the end of the world. It is just the beginning of the round. We see Vandals on all the side of Mochi, but the operator being called by Minji of all people, the Sage Op, kind of scary, kind of dangerous because she doesn't have any movement, but there are 2 members of Mochi going towards the B side, could run into that operator, and it might spell trouble as there are just some shots being run out of mid and Infiltrator making the push through A.
Infiltrator. He's literally coming up for his name here. He's calling them out. Minji, Doggo, Infiltrator. They all get kills. Trade-offs over to Suya, but will it matter though? Never mind. The spray doesn't come through. Aika doesn't get the kill. It's 4-0 Farmers. A very convincing lead here at the start of this first half. And even if you look at it, Aika, they just jumped through it. The bullets didn't go through. All that's left there was a corpse and pipes. And Farmers, they're currently just farming Mochi right now. Ooh-wee. I don't know if she's here. I will keep talking. Oh, I'm solo casting. Oh, she's gone? Okay. I am solo casting. Hello, guys. Okay, so in this type of situation here, they have the slow push over to this A site. Again, they don't really have any weapons to work with here. Only a Stinger and 4 Sheriffs to go, but 0 Cap. He gets the push out. He gets Doggo early on. They can't really get the rifles per se, but they have a lot of advantage now that Pipes is open, but Aiko has the superior weaponry. He takes the shot over to Anderson. 4v4 scenario as they put all their pieces on the B site. They know that Aiko's there. They just need to push her out, and Aiko, oh my goodness, gets the headshot over to Aiko. Doesn't even need the good weaponry to work with. Maybe next time. Gets the wall down. Again, they're still playing with Sheriffs at the moment. I feel like they have a good chance of taking this round over to them. They have the Hunter's Fury. Yes, they have the Revive as well. They're checking all the angles if needed, and they have to make it fast. Infiltrator will take the kill over to 0 Cap. Another Hunter's Fury down. They're currently trying to trade with each other. Suya with one, Aika with another one. Infiltrator all alone in 1v2. Do they have time? Timer is ticking down here. Does he take the last kill? Suya with the headshot. And suddenly, Mochi, they don't need the rifles. They only need the Sheriffs to win this round. They take it off a Thrifty, and it's 4-1. On God. That was surprising. Even looking at the replay here, Anderson getting taken off early on in that round. They didn't even have any smokes to play with. They just had to go in that side pretty much with no smokes, no info needed. All they needed was the frags there, and they delivered on that promise, and the faithful shall be rewarded. They just need to close the gap here. Farmers, they've built up a pretty good economy the past couple of rounds, so they have one more gun round to spare. Looking at it, Mochi, they do have the guns to work with. Do they retaliate with another round of their own? Or do they go back in the drawing board and restart from zero? Infiltrator doesn't get the kill, and it's Aika to take the reins. Initial picks. They get the back on away. Play default this time. They have the turret online. Bladestorm in effect. Aika still has the Bladestorm in hand. They have the revive as well. Mochi has a lot of utility to spare here. Farmer's not really so. Switching guns with each other. Now the Sage suddenly has the op? Wait, what? Who gives the Sentinel an op? Okay, if it works, it works. I don't really mind, but if you're not gonna get a kill, it might spell trouble. 30 seconds left. They have to look for an answer here. Zero Cap moving on to Pipes. He might get revealed here sooner than later. 20 seconds left. They have to answer. It's a two-man site hold here in A site. Recon in. They still have to get the plant down. Recon is online. They still try to play with the food. Doggo with one. That's through info coming in. Farmers, they called the line and Doggo takes 3. Everyone gets obliterated, and Mochi, I feel like they didn't respect the time in that round. Round number 6 coming into Farmers. They waited for the seeds to sow at that round. And Mochi, I feel like they had an expiration date and they didn't really eat the rewards that they wanted to get as Doggo. Next time, an Aiko take kills of their own.
Get out of my way!
We have someone in the chat saying that Doggo used to be part of Team Mystic. Is that Black? Team Mystic Black? Wow. A bunch of memories there, but Minji might be a New Jeans member, but it might be a bias. He gets the kill, but instantly getting revived here. Doggo pushing up, but Aiko's right there. Didn't respect the orb this time as Aiko takes her out. Again, as we saw earlier, the Viper getting taken down early on it will give you a huge disadvantage because one, no walls can be put out, and second, that orb gone as well. So nothing to stop you between going in that site and not going back, but Infiltrator not looking like the Jet right now, but Doggo next time. They're the two guys that you have to watch out for instead. Infiltrator's coming in a little bit too close. Zero Cap at Suya. Suddenly, they put it in a 2v2 situation. Revives Doggo for the clutch situation. They have the lockdown ready. Do they counteract of a lockdown of their own? It gets destroyed. And suddenly, Mochi, they have to back on away. There's someone at the flank. Who is it this time, though? Who does he find? Doggo gets the wallbang kill, and it's all left to Zero Cap. He's playing with the snake bite, and he gets punished doing so. Defuse coming in the way for the side of Team Farmers. Easy dubs for them. Just need to defuse the spike here. Everything should be all well and dandy. Farmers up in a 5-round gap. The biggest gap we've seen here this entire stream. Good plays by the side of Team Farmers here. Mochi's still struggling to get around here on the board. They've gotten through with the Sheriffs, but is that all they can do here? One more gun around here for Mochi before they go back to the drawing board. At this point, might not really consider that as a gun round. They have a Guardian, they have... Yeah, that technically still is a gun round, right? And 2 Guardians, 2 rifles, and a Stinger. It's a hodgepodge of weaponry here, but if they get the win, I'm not really complaining. Infiltrator. He was holding the operator a while ago, now he switches to the rifle. Might have had a lapse of his judgment here. Decided to play with the rifle instead, because that's where the Reina excels at. Besides the jet, but Aiko, he challenges it. Gets traded off immediately by Aika. He can get the rifle here from behind, but Infiltrator again. Speaking true to his name, he gets Anderson from the flank. And now they have the entire belt control all by themselves. Just need to play very safe and take them one by one. Minji takes the kill over to the Killjoy. Lomain gets Infiltrator though. So now it's a 3v2. No util for the side of Mochi here, but Lomain still gets one. They have to stop them in their tracks. They're just gonna try to defuse it. Do they take it? They have to destroy the wall, but it's the shock dart! And the Vandal in effect. That was a scuffed defense, but Mochi will take it. Six to 2 still, it's a 4-round gap. We still need to catch up with 4 rounds to go. Gun rounds on both sides. Utility looking great. They've already bought up, but Infiltrator, he doesn't get the spray down over to Aika. This might be huge. A huge setting for them at the start of things. 410 gonna get invaded here. Recon as well. Aiko will get revealed. He has to think things through here. Suya with the kill. Anderson with a second one. Farmers. The lead is falling apart here. Aiko gets one, but that Viper's pet is not gonna be working out. It's a 1v4. She could have gone huge here, but it's all left to Minji. You have the stand already, but it feels like she's gonna save this time. 3 to 6 might be ensured here for the side of Team Mochi. Farmers, I feel like they have to eco in this round. I feel like, yeah, the economy is not looking too great for the side of Farmers. Mochi, this is their chance to catch up and tie things and turn things around here in this first half. Farmers, they had the advantage early on. Now they have to eco for the 10th round, I should say. If they can take them on their Thrifty as well, that might be a good situation for them to play with. But for now, Mochi's looking towards that 4 to 6 score line. Do they still have enough money to buy? I feel like they do. They're forcing things up. Looking at the replay a while ago, because of that recon, yeah, they had a lot of information as to where Aiko was. And they had to kill a lot of people, but at 410 box, that smoke kinda went in the opponent's favor rather than theirs. So that might have been Aiko's fault. That pick wasn't good, but Infiltrator, he gets the kill early on, dismisses out. Lomain with the trade-off over to Minji. Does next time take the pick? This time he backs off. For now. Distance still has the Viper Spit online in the 4v4 situation. As Darina does have the Empress. Can't put herself back to full HP if she wanted to, but for now it's a default play here. They're just holding their ground on the A side, looking for an answer. Currently near Orb. Members of Mochi here. If someone gets picked here, or if the recon comes through, it might be a very effective round for the side of Farmers, but zero cap. Turning around my expectations here. Next time, gets another kill over to Aika. Gets the push up. Anderson, he gets stuck through the rope. Might not be the best play there. Lomain gets next time. And it's a 2v2. Make that a 1v2. Doggo all alone. He's the one top fragging in his team. Looking like a top dog right now. Will he be the top this time? Will he overtake them? Zero cap. Get surprised. That's the Hunter's Fury down. He gets tagged. He slides down. And he can't. No. Oh my goodness, Lomain. This man saved his Hunter's Fury at the end of time. This guy held it through. He took it like a champ. Doggo, if he slide at just the correct time, that would have been it. He would have gotten the defuse there, but again, for the side of Farmers, that was, I think, one of their last gun rounds here. So now it's back to the drawing board. Look at the replay here. He dodges the second one, but when the last defuse happened, it kind of slid on through. That Hunter's Fury, he's just sliding on my DMs this time. It's looking great. Now, it's a half buy for the side of Farmers. They have a Bulldog, Sheriffs, and a Stinger. And they kind of stack this A side pretty well here. Problem is, do they get the pick next time? Gets one though. Might be possible for them to get the rifle if ever. The wall will be up. That's gonna be the safe plant. Viper Spit as well. He gets tagged, but he's not out yet. Lockdown for the side of the Killjoy. They're investing so much for this plant to happen and feel like it might succeed. The lockdown for the Killjoy is online. It will get destroyed. Aiko doesn't get the kill this time. It's a 1v3. All left next time, but Zero Cap peeks out in the Viper Spit at just the correct time, and suddenly, right before your eyes, that lead that Farmers had here early on, which was a 6-1 scoreline, it just came back. In Filipino, we call that bawi. Binawian na sila. But in English, they just brought back the lead to almost a tie ball game here, and now this is their gun round. Farmers looking to increase the lead a little bit further. Mochi trying to tie things up. It's just the first game after all, but it feels like I'm getting deja vu from the past BO3. Infiltrator will get the kill, not using any of the Devour plus Dismiss abilities, and gets punished for it instead. Suyo with the kill over to Infiltrator, gets walled up. Minji's right there. The Vice is there, taking the headshot over to Anderson. Aiko playing with the wall at the moment. Almost gets gutted through heaven, but the call at the correct time to back off was good for both Farmers and Mochi. So we're able to rotate here over to B site if ever, but the trips coming in for the side of B site might be effective here. They just need to call it. Doggo, he needs to hear that all of them are going to be already. Rotations will be heard, so they immediately go there. Nanoswarms are online, so they get to stall things out for now. They have the alarm bot, but I don't think it will be very helpful in this type of situation. As of yet, no bullets remaining for the side of Doggo. He could have gotten that wallbang as well. Alarm bot, he's been spotted. Aika has to run away. Bladestorm is online. They have to get Aika here before anything else. Now he gets him. Aiko kills Aika. A little bit of that twinning situation there. It might not work out in the end. Suya gets 3! Goes huge this time. Mochi, they take the post plant all to themselves, and Lomain will finish things off. That 6-1 deficit gone. Out of the water. By the canal. In the river. Nowhere to be found. The body's not there. Instant replay here. Infiltrator takes one squeaky kill. Aika trying to hide with her life, but it's a good thing Suya was there to take 2 quick ones, especially with that 3K. And they finish things off with a very excellent post plant here in green. We end things off with a tie ball game as if nothing ever happened. And both teams are looking strong, but it feels like Mochi has all the momentum in the world to close things out. It all depends on the pistol round, ladies and gents. Let's see what happens.
Right here.
Yeah, right now, I don't know where Kipsy is. She said, she's back? Yo, what up? It's all good. It's all good. I held it down. It's all good. So, a quick run on as to what happened. It was like 6, suddenly they brought it back 6-6. That's all you need to know.
Okay, but you know what, and that's fine. We do love a 6-6. That's basically a restart, if you ask me.
True.
to give any team a chance to come back in this and take it for themselves, take the win for themselves. So far it's a 5v4. We see a little bit of a flank watch. Ooh, those shots, imagine the tracking would have been amazing there. But yeah, Ica is held up with this one person in mid, but the wall is being picked at right now slowly but surely. I think the defense still has it available for them, I believe so. Zero Cap does get that pick onto Infiltrator, making it a 4v4. The wall does go up, the defuse is happening. Can they fit through the wall? No, they can't. This is actually
They're
it's
stuck.
halfway through. 2 more kills. It's a 1v1 situation. Who is going to get it? And it's gonna be Doggo. That was scary.
That was huge. Honestly, they could have diffused it right there and then, because they couldn't fit
Mhm.
by the wall.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's what.
The
Yeah, go ahead.
the jet was too thick. I don't know. I don't know what to say there.
Mm.
Look, they tried to push up. Look,
Yes.
Doggo.
That gap in the wall was too small, and that 1v1 was just, oh, you hate to see it. That could have been a very easy defuse, by the way, for Mochi, considering that they have the stage wall. It's always good to have that. The pistols do less damage to it, so definitely a great investment. But then moments like that where it's just easily broken, everyone's close to it. It's very hard decisions to be making in that intense situation. We do see double shorties up in the B side. That is how you cover your angles, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the hold you want to see here, gents. The farmers, they had this type of situation happen early on in the first half. It feels like a very similar situation as I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Farmers, they just need to reconsider going to a site because they already have Mochi already has one person down. They just need to win the second round and potentially win the bonus round as well. But for now, free plant here for this A site. There's someone at the flank at the moment. He join them, or do they try to play in screens instead?
Oh.
Anderson has a short. Okay, that's a little bit too ambitious for Anderson. He has a shorty and he's
Yeah.
trying to go for the flank.
Could go for exits if all else fails. But that turret is not going to be destroyed with the shorty, unfortunately. And so it's pretty much a standstill right here. Everyone's in their positions because just the lack of firepower on the side of Mochi is, they're just looking for exits to see if anybody on Farmers is going to make that push. So far, Aiko's thinking about doing it, and the headshot. The shorty's not going to do that much. Suya trying to make that push is going to miss a couple of important shots. Infiltrator on low HP, but they are going to have to run. There's no time, and the rest of the defenders of Mochi are just going to, take the L, get more money by being eliminated by the spike, and that's going to be the next round going towards Farmers. And 8-6 is not doable for Mochi, but if they want a chance to bring this back in their favor, they're going to have to do it right now.
This type of, if you look at the scoreboard, this is literally what happened in the first half. So they'll take like what, 4 rounds for the side of Farmers, and then suddenly Mochi will find a way to mount another comeback here, maybe go overtime, and now suddenly it's a coin flip. For now though, Farmers, they're trying to enact whatever they did here in the first half by winning the bonus round, but we'll still have to see. 2 rifles for the side of Farmers though. Very doable for them. They just need to let Doggo and Infiltrator take the reins this time as Aika. Currently holding true on top of pipes. Aika takes the first kill over to Minji.
Ooh.
Does he take the second one? Does so, and suddenly they reject the entirety of that bonus round. Mochi will take 4. It's all left to Aiko.
That went from 5 to 1 very, very quickly. Aiko, the last one standing for Farmers. We in any game of Valorant, we rarely see a 1v4 go successfully. Aiko's just gonna see if they can hold the angles out, catch someone off guard. Gonna have to look to their left. Wish I could scream it, but they're not gonna hear it, and they're gonna be met with 2 players in mid. Aiko and Anderson going to meet each other, and Anderson will take that win. Viper be Viper, but Anderson is the better one in this round. 8-7 now. Mochi is getting that one round on the board. Let's go back to this play by Aika, getting that one headshot. Boom. Dashes away and then gets the second one onto Doggo. Zero Cap following up. Aiko unfortunately not going to win that 1v2, especially with the wall bangs. And Anderson does take that win. And we're going to the next round. Farmers have, they do have the rifles, but a lot of light armors. So they are cutting it close with their money. So if they don't win this round, we might see a save from them in the next.
Save round. A lot of scenarios here, but so far the entire ball is on the side of Farmers. Infiltrator starts things off with the kill over to Anderson. Aika wants to go huge here. Does have the dash ready, but isn't queued up yet. Yellow spot still a very vital spot for them to hold, but instantly Minji taking the headshot. I feel like the screen is not working out for VMix, but it's still doing good. It's a 3v5. They have the Nano Swarm ready. Farmers, they're trying to push in. The Nano Swarms are there for the side of Mochi.
Look at the little flank happening on the A side. They're going to get pinched very soon, and actually the call might be made to rotate all the way
Nice.
through. Look at the Viper position. Infiltrator still at B. Okay. So yeah, get the PC checked, because how did he know? I'm kidding. Anyways.
Wait, what?
No, that is
How did he
a
know?
favorable spot. It's kind of common. It's not. It doesn't hurt.
Suya again.
But Aiko does unfortunately get taken out. His job is done to clear the A site, but now it's just up to the 2v3. The res is up. Don't know if they will, if the side of Mochi will take that res. Oh, maybe next time. Gonna think before he takes that next jump, and peaks 5 HP. Luckily, the stage is, well, actually nowhere near. Oh, no, never mind. That the wrong team. Think about the wrong person. It's just up to Suya now, who again does have the res, but no bodies available to him. The shots miss a little bit, but Suya is eventually taken out by Doggo. 5 HP on Minji. That is that round could have kind of sort of gone south, with the early eliminations from for Infiltrator and for Aiko, but it did go in their favor. Go back to I love Minji, and maybe next time getting that double swing. Minji taking the bullet for his comrade there. Doggo, those shots kind of made me nervous for a second, but in the end, they do take that round.
It's a good round taken down, but Farmers, they take the lead. Again, Infiltrator doing the job of the duelist very well, making space and making sure that their team is in tip-top condition before they get to punch their way into the site. The main, meanwhile, does have the Guardian in place.
The Guardian
still.
It's gonna be very. It can be very scary.
No! Oh. Anderson! Ooh. That's a good kill over to Doggo there, who is caught lacking in this. Suddenly, they want to go in. They have the revive ready. Infiltrator Lomain. He's playing with the Guardian.
Oh my gosh! It's a 3v3.
The savior, but no! Oh, Aiko! No! He catches Lomain off guard with a snake bite. Honestly, that was very impressive. He knew where he was. All it needed was a tick. And Doggo was there to finish things off. It's 10-7. Farmers are looking good right now in the second half.
They really, really are. And to remember, we were at a 6-6, and now with Mochi only getting 1 round since then, it's looking kind of dire for them. And we go over to the replay. Anderson, any drone breakers? Because he got tagged up, and that's not good for him. And then trades going left and right. We were in a 5v5 and then a 3v3. The Molly, unfortunately, taking out Lomain there, and it's just unlucky all the way through. Now we're going to this round. There is an operator on the side of Mochi that could be the make or break for them in terms of making a comeback and getting more rounds before the end of this half, in order to either secure the win or make things a little bit tougher for Farmers.
They tried to make it look difficult. They saw the hair. They saw the hair. Maybe they need to go to the barber next time and make Sage bald, but Infiltrator.
Crazy.
Let's go over to Anderson. Now they have a side to themselves though. Suya will be able to spot out Infiltrator at the moment, but it's Infiltrator that will get another kill over to Suya next time. It's a 5v3 right now, Kipsy, and I feel like this will be a barn burner for this A site.
Absolutely, and it was a 3v5, but now 2v5 as, oh my god, 1v5. Infiltrator, he's going for the ace. The operator shot from Aika will deny that ace, but they now know that Aika has an op. He is now vulnerable to, right now. If he misses the next one, they're all gonna pinch and look for this operator. They don't want it to be brought to the next round, otherwise it will spell trouble. This was just a little bit unlucky for the side of Mochi, but if they take this op out, it will definitely give them a better advantage going to the next round and will hurt especially the wallets of Aika. And he won't be able to buy another round, another op for a couple of rounds. And Minji does in fact find him. I think Minji actually got legged right there with a no scope, so that was kind of lucky.
Oh, kind of lucky, but I feel like luck is currently paying dividends here for farmers. That's a pretty high ground gap here right now.
Yeah.
4 rounds.
It,
Not much to be played here for the side of Mochi. If they lose this round, it might be over. And
it might.
looking at the guns that they have, it might be really possible for game 1 to be taken for farmers.
It absolutely is. I've always said that once a team gets to the double digits, you have to play extra perfect in order to get more rounds and get yourself into the double digits if you're not close by. Already starting off to a banger, maybe next time is taking out Suya, that is the stage, and I believe he had the res up as well, so that's also spelling even more trouble. The Hunter's Fury will come out, the Infiltrator infiltrating the site but does not check his left. Anderson making some more money moves here. Almost gets the pick onto Minji, but it will not work. Spike will be planted for
The main.
No,
No.
main. With the, it's all good. It happens to the best of us. Zero Cap trying to again make some more plays here. The Dart will spot him. They know where to look. It's just him versus the world here. It's a lot to ask for, but it could be worse. He just has to look up. He just has to look right. He has to look forward. A lot of things to ask for, but while it's difficult, it is doable.
Still doable. Still, Zero Cap takes the first initial pick. Does he take the second one? Ooh. It's a crossfire. It's a little bit too good for the side of Farmers. Match point. Game number 1. Farmers looking really solid in game number 1, ladies and gents. Eco still good for the side of Mochi, but looking at the replay, Zero Cap almost had the number there for the Viper, but the crossfire is a little bit too good this time as the Killjoy got spotted in Maze. Peripheral vision might be too much for him to handle, but this time around, it's a gun round for both sides. Zero Cap is no cash to play with. I feel like he could have gotten like a Spectre or something, but
possibly
he's playing with the Sheriff here, but it might bite him in the ear here for this last round if he didn't actually buy a real weapon, but the Sheriff's still good. Aika trying to push in.
Yeah, that is true. Just gotta either hit the headshot or the 3 body shots. The body shots are easier than the head, so we're gonna see how that works as the lockdown is put down. We did see the Hunter's Fury was used for farmers, so they can't destroy this. They're going to have no choice but to back out. This could signal a rotate, but it also could just help make them re-hit, and it looks like they are going to do that. Spike is making its way towards the A site, but they are trying to see if maybe B would be a better option. Slowly but surely, Infiltrator and maybe next time walking their way towards it. The Viper Wall will go up and give them some cover, might even confuse the defenders. And I think Farmers is just trying to see if they can fake a B rotate push. But Mochi are not backing down. They still have 3 on A, including the Killjoy turret.
Turret. Looking clean here. Getting one. Suya, Doggo. They're whittling down the numbers here, but Farmers... It's a 3v3. Still Aiko through the wall. Doggo as well. Suddenly they have the revive online, but it might be over for there. Aiko takes 2 in the chamber because of that revive play. Quick games here as Farmers take it over to Mochi Fan Club, 13-7.
That was quite a game, and it was so. This half was quite the opposite of what we saw in the first. We saw, one. You said 1 and 6, correct? And then it went to 6 and 6, and then now we go straight to 13 and 7. So that was, quite a turn of events there. And like I said from the beginning, 6 and 6 is like it's like a restart. No one is higher or lower than anybody else. But at the end of the day, Farmers did take that lead and went right through with it. Not even giving Mochi a chance there. So congratulations versus them on this first map. And we're just gonna move on to Haven next, and then see if Mochi can make a comeback and turn the story around a little bit.
Yeah, it's game number one looking solid for the side of the farmers. I mean, nothing much that can be said there. Even the scores are looking so solid for them. Infiltrator, 22 frags, Doggo, Aiko, Minji, maybe next time even all of them with the double digits here in our timeline. But it will be good for then when we come back the second map. I think it's Haven.
Yes.
Kept talking about Haven earlier, but it was actually Icebox, so we completely debated the entire chat. But when we come back, we will have Haven, which will be our second map after all. My name is Dropout Candy, and with me is Kipsy. Again, shoutouts to community gaming for making this all happen. I mean, if you guys haven't checked them out, you guys definitely should. Makes our events a little bit more stable and gives us enough you know enough of the good stuff to keep things rolling. But we'll come back in the break there. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll come back in just a bit. And we are live and back to the Mystic Singularity Series number 3. Game number 2 is underway here. And I'm sorry about that. We swapped the teams around. Mochi fan club actually won the second game, the first game, and Andy's Farmers lost Icebox. So we're swapping things around. So Mochi fan club actually won it, not the Farmers. So yeah,
Plot twist.
there. That's a plot twist. Again, we debated you guys again. Hopefully you guys got debated, but now we're look. Okay, so okay. I'll call it the prod team. Haven was the first pick. I thought it was Haven first. So I think it's like swapped around. So
Yes.
Haven is actually the second map here. So that's all good in the hood because now we're headed into Haven finally after years of debating. And looking at the picks here now, it's looking like the normal picks in Haven. The orb smokers are there. I'm waiting what the other team has in store, but we have the breach on the floor. Can we see a different infiltrator, a different initiator this time? I'm looking for a fade here or something, but they have a Sova already. So what do you think? What do you think they'll
Well,
pick here?
I think the double initiator would be very interesting. They actually are being picked on both sides. It's another, oh my gosh, it's another mirror comp. Last game we had difference in duelists, but this time we have all of the characters the same. So we have the Jet Knives, we have the Hunter's Fury, we have the Almond Smokes, the Killjoy, the Utility, and the Breach. So it's just going to be a battle of who plays their agent better. And on Haven, it's the three-sided map, one of the OG three-sided map. And with
OG.
every exactly Lotus, I'm still getting used to it, but it's all good. But yeah, going into Haven, different strategies, different ways to play. I always have considered Haven to be a more attack-sided map, simply because defenders have a lot to on their plate to cover those three sites. So you definitely need to have the Sentinel in order to maybe make up for the lack of people to occupy each site, and if attackers know how to play around it, they can get a lot of space, and the only way the defense, in my opinion, can get the rounds is if their retakes are good, or if they do take that map control away from the attack and keep them in the spawn area.
Yeah. I'm surprised there was another mirror matchup here.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same comp.
Yeah.
Is it always the same comp?
I mean,
Bro,
you know,
Okay.
it's Valorant, so you can't get too creative because there's some, if you're missing something and your enemies have something that can counter or will do well against what you're missing, then it can't really, it won't really work out in every scenario. So I think these mirror comps make sense, but it is, I would have loved to see maybe like a surprise Harbor Sky matchup for some reason. We'll never see 5 duelists, but hey, one can dream.
One can dream here, but I feel like the picks are okay even in the mirror matchup. I feel like Raze excels at this map
Right.
as well, but I wouldn't be too surprised if a mirror matchup did occur here. The two initiators really can be swapped here. I mean, like even the breach can be swapped here. Honestly, the Sova is a mainstay, so I feel like he shouldn't be left out at all. But we start off with a pistol round here, currently going in. Maybe next time gets a kill over to Suya. Aiko with a trade off. Does he get more? Fault line in effect. Let's get more. Let's get Dandy.
Any dart
Get
shooters?
more kills. That's the dart shoot that you want to see. Zero Cap gets the kill over to Aiko with the true info, in fact, into place. That's the smoke inside. That's gonna dissipate in a while, and he gets punished because of it.
That we saw 5v5 to now 2v2 very quick. Both Killjoys left alive. Gonna do a yeet over the A site wall to see where that Molly lands. Actually, perfectly lands in the spot where the ultimate would not cover. So that would have been amazing. You know what else is amazing? Anderson getting that flank, and now it's just up to Doggo. KJ v KJ. However, Doggo is on lower HP. Just has to try to plant the spike. 14 seconds left. Has to make the move now. It's do or die. Turret will go up to spot to see if the enemy will peek. Aika switching off from that jet, going onto the defensive
Bro,
killjoy,
shoot
going
it!
to take some shots. It's taking too long. Where's the turret nerf when you need it? And Doggo gonna get that headshot and the 4K onto Aika, starting off 1 point for Mochi.
That looked like a 2v1 where it should have been a 1v1.
Right.
Right. But it look even the true info came into effect here. Zirkap, I mean, he was right there at the right place at the right time. Even the last kill here, it would have looked great if Anderson took 2 of the kills, but look at this last replay. Bro, he took so many hits from that.
I mean, the turret
I think
is...
60. It's too good. It got
The turret's
nerfed
a
already,
tank.
dude. It got nerfed to 100 HP. It used to be 125, but it's so lethal. Just destroy it first before you get it to site next time. But sorry, that's a caster ranting. I mean, you usually kill every trap here, but I wouldn't be too surprised if you don't. But respect, I guess.
It happens to the best of us. A turret, like I said, it's a tank. And infiltrator, oh my gosh, the rifle is out of the picture. Remember that I said high risk, high reward.
It's
and
gone.
now they have the opportunity to use it against Mochi, and now Farmers trying to make do of what they got here. Aika with the Spectre. Plant should be going down, but Aika says nope, not this time, and the fuse will go out for Farmers. And I kind of missed it. Did they force that round, or did they pick up some weapons? I believe they forced, but the Vandal was definitely out of the picture.
They only played with sheriffs. They took too early on. They got their rifles, and they won the round because of it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm more surprised they got the 2 picks off of a lurk as well, because you saw in C site they had the post plant ready, but there were only 3 people there. The 2 people that got killed early on, they were lurking. So that was kind of mismanagement of the weapons. They could have gotten the lurk kills, but as you saw a while ago, that didn't go to their favor. And these Farmers getting 1 kill as well. It's looking like a kill zone and C long as well here.
The first pick, and the round just started. Infiltrator on such low HP. The spam! No! No. Anderson with the 4K. We're not even 20 seconds into the round. Do you think he gets the ace here? The turret is what's blocking Doggo right now from making a sneaky push into the B side, but Suya, the turret's not even needed, gets the headshot, and that was a crazy down for Anderson right there. The 4K through the smoke.
Why is it so cute?
What? Let's go to the replay right there. Gets 1 shot in the beginning of the round. Boom. 1, 2, 3. And it's just GG's that round specifically right there. Infiltrator was already on low HP, but the rest of the shots, they weren't even headshots, just straight spamming in the body and the legs. And everyone else on his side are out of the picture. That round couldn't have been better for Mochi, in my opinion.
Revealing area.
Every round that Farmers take here, I mean, it's looking solid. I mean, Mochi, it's a gun round on both sides. Still, Lomena has so much economy here as well as Anderson. So even if they lose, they might have enough money to buy up here. Suya needs to play good, but the shorty right in front of your face as well. He just slapped you with a slipper if you do, but
pew.
Yeah, with a pew pew as that. I mean, yeah, the shorty is still a very lethal weapon. I mean, at that type of range, so you gotta respect it.
Whew, that, oh man, that was just the worst outcome there. And maybe next time, is pushing up slowly with the rest of the teammates. So you're watching on shore, going to avoid the stun, the dart not being shot, but it's going to just avoid a quick shot onto Doggo, going to make a mad dash for CT. Anderson going to lock inside. Maybe next time going to get that headshot. Suya with the 3K onto the trade for Aiko. Plant will go down. It's going to be a 4v2. Numbers advantage for Farmers. This could be a 3rd point for them if they play this correctly, and especially with maybe next time on low HP. But anything can go here. It's just up to Suya to see if they can clear this angle. No, Aftershock gets it off. Maybe next time it's out the picture. Minji gets the kill, but Zero Cap will get that trade. It's 3-1 for Farmers in the lead. They will keep that operator as well, and a lot of money in the pockets for all of them now, considering how they've been playing these rounds. Instant replay there with the shorty shot. You see the stun coming out, and unfortunately, Suya does not get stunned, but Infiltrator does, and his teammates can do nothing but watch as the
We're
series of
replaying it again?
unfortunate events. Yeah, look at
Say
that.
it is
It was
so.
leg shots. It was like mostly leg, but also a little bit of body.
It was
So I
like
think
leg shots, but it's like what, 8 pellets, 9?
yeah, exactly. That if it was all leg, I think the Infiltrator could have lived right there. But unfortunately, demise to his own teammates'
Scanning
utility.
ahead.
As we move on to the next round, we see a little bit of a repositioning from the side of Farmers. Gonna keep the Killjoy in mid, but the operator will go on the side of C. But Mochi is making a play onto the B side with all that Killjoy utility. They are on a save with mostly sheriffs, so it just depends on how they're gonna just see how they're gonna approach this right now. Flashes come in, Molly pops, turret destroyed. Anderson with the 2K.
Anderson?
Aika following up with another one of his own. Spike retreating, the smoke giving them some cover to see what they're gonna do next. But it looks like Doggo is just gonna see if someone on the side of Farmers is gonna get greedy so he can get a free pick and a little bit more cash in his pocket for the next round.
Yeah, they are just trying to increase the bank here. As you said, the pockets growing larger and larger by the second. Crossfire in effect here in mid, and it's not looking too great for the side of Mochi. They have the flash ready after fault line, but wouldn't even matter. That, like, even if you stun one, the other side is still ready.
True.
Flawless for the side of Farmers. 4-1 lead, and look at that replay.
I respect the attempt. They had the plan there. Stun
True.
left to go right. It's just, Doggo did kind of peek it a little too early, so took one tick of damage earlier than his teammate. But even with the stun, Anderson was able to get the headshot. Breach stun does not stop you from shooting. It just decreased your accuracy by a lot. But once you hit that bullet and you aim correctly, it will eventually hit the head. So next round, we're in. The money of Mochi is not looking super great. Operator going to be pulled out in mid. It's it was Suya versus the turret, and the turret will help Doggo get that pick. It's still not dead, by the way. I thought it got nerfed. I haven't played Valorant. I haven't played a game of Valorant in a couple of weeks, but I saw the
got
nerfs.
Yeah. Turret got the turret HP got decreased from 125 to 100 now. Aika, that was the correct paranoia at such a good time, but Farmer's still winning it out.
Wow.
Mochi in a 1v2 situation, no ultimate ready.
I blinked for 2 seconds and now it's a 1v2. Quite literally, I blinked and then everyone's dead. But it's just now up to Aiko. Any dark shooters is just gonna be him.
No, in front of his face too.
Oh my! That's every Omen's main worst nightmare.
He wasn't ready.
He wasn't ready.
He wasn't ready.
I think they're looking for the op before they continue the defuse. I think they dropped somewhere. Yeah.
Someone was holding it. I think it was C Long. They're trying to look for it. No, it's not there, dude.
Quick.
Is that it? No, that's not it.
It's just
I think it's in garage. Shall we go to garage?
Yeah, it is garage. It is in garage. Yeah. They have time. They can wait a little bit. There he goes.
Yeah, they have
will get it. Yes.
Time there.
I like that skin
Why
too.
Did he have to run? Why did he run all the way through there though?
I think he probably maybe the comms was outside of C, so not garage. I don't know. But look at this replay. That, like I said, you just see the fear in Omen's eyes, orifices. What Omen doesn't really have eyes like that. It's just three marks when you look at his character design.
Did he have a face?
It's literally just lore? 3 marks. So if I'm correct, Omen was like in a accident of some sorts, and he's like now a ghostly type figure, and the suit he's wearing actually is keeping his body together. That's what I got from reading up on lore.
So he has a soul, but not a body.
Kind of, sorta. That's from what I can remember. Yeah,
Valorant kind of weird with the lore, and then you have what? Neon doesn't even look like a Filipino. What? I even I look at him like, wait, We don't look like that.
I mean, but I mean, also when you think about it, if anyone plays League, Zeri looks just like Neon actually. Same hairstyle,
they literally
same
copied
electric
off the
abilities.
design.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Basically,
literally
have even
voiced by the same actress. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have one of the same voice lines, the quick beak, quick trigger. They have the same thing too. So it's like, yeah, different, but we're talking too much. We gotta go back to the round because it's a 5v5. There's two ults being thrown down, the Hunter's Fury and the Killjoy ultimate, but it will be destroyed. The second Hunter's Fury, 4v5 now with numbers advantage for farmers. But Doggo, look at this flank. If he times it correctly, he can knock one out.
Wait,
the defuse is
the
coming in.
breach
He has to make
from behind. The breach from behind.
Wait,
No!
wait. Oh,
They're still winning it though.
Yeah. 3v2. Now
Never mind.
This is going insane. Like it's such a close match up. The stun almost didn't do it for Minji, but it did work in the end. Low main taken out from his counterpart, and that is going to be 5-2. Mochi not looking so hot in this map. Instant replay here, Doggo. Once he hears the defuse, he's like, "Oh, I gotta go."
Saw that,
and yeah. And now, and look, the defuse almost came through. The jet smoke almost working out completely in the favor for the side of Mochi. But then the 2v2, there was a lot of ultimates also invested into that round. So I guess it was kind of a fair trade in that term. We still have guns on both sides, but the operator is still in the hands. Suya bought it back again, but will be posted up on A this time.
Good post up here. Garage currently under siege right now. Mochi fan club. What's waiting behind them is
oh my god,
a Killjoy that literally has nothing on them, but they have to kill her. They're flashing out. They have the lockdown already. So do they destroy it in time or do they get the picks? Minji gets the kill over to Anderson. Do they get more? Lomain takes the kill over to Infiltrator. Doggo gets 0 cap. Trade-offs over trade-offs. The two will win out in this battle of trades. It will be the side of Mochi fan club. All left to Suya. He gets the kill over to Logs, but gets traded off by next time. See you next time. 5-3. Mochi looking strong right now. They're catching up in the scoreboard.
Yeah, for sure. They need to, because otherwise we're going to go to a map 3 if the side of farmers they keep doing this. Look, see right here. By the way, Ica and Infiltrator were stunned for 7 minutes right there. The breach stun, the breach ult, and it was just a lot of things happening. And then we see Suya tanking the Killjoy Molly to get that pick, an extra $200 in his pocket, and will fare well as everyone on the side of farmers will still have money to buy. But I think after this round they might have to do a light buy if they lose. It's gonna be a full seat push for Mochi here. Infiltrator dashing in, doing jet things, no dart, no utility, no nothing. Everyone's just walking in for basically free, but Aiko killing his counterpart through the smoke. PC check?
Oh, Suya check though. Whoa. That's a 2K. Wants to go for more, but Aika not gonna get it this time. Infiltrator, it's a 2v1. Zero cap dashes out. Now they have info. Gets the plant down. Shock darts are online. Gets the peek out, and the headshot comes through, coming in from Doggo. 5-4. Mochi, one more round. Yeah, they only need one more round before they catch up. And again, as you said earlier, this is a attack-sided map. It's looking like so here later on.
Yeah, we see we do see like I said before, the only way defense can really have a great advantage in Haven, other than their composition and their gun skill, is how much map control they take. We've seen so many times. We literally saw Mochi just run straight into C. No smoke, no util, no jump peek, nothing. And they're going to do it again. This time there is going to be a push onto the A site, but they're already here. They're out here trying to make some moves. Infiltrator though and Aiko going to take out the two players that were the only ones holding the C site. The utility in Garage is irrelevant and the flank will come in, but Doggo is watching. It might turn into a save here. It really depends on what happens next. If they clear this corner, they have to clear this corner. Nope.
What?
Suya taken out, but maybe the trade will come out from Zero Cap if the head of Doggo is shown, yes, right there, but they're going to end up saving because, like I said before, their money was kind of tight, so they don't want to really go into a full save here. Going to save 2 rifles for this next round. But as I was mentioning before, the map control is what's important for the defense here. They're not really pushing out to B. They push out to A a little bit, but C and B and garage and mid, it's free real estate for Mochi, and they're taking advantage of that.
Yeah, they've tried to punch their way into a site earlier in the first half, and it didn't really pan out. Once they started dismantling that seaside, as you said from earlier, it feels like, yeah, they really have no answer here because every time they have the fault line ready, there's always one person stunned for the side of farmers, and honestly, they can't really do much because they're just standing there like traffic.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna do a little bit of a reposition on the defense to see maybe we can put some killjoy utility on A. And right call to be made because now Mochi will be making their move onto A. They ran down C 2 times. They're probably thinking, oh, they're gonna heavy push towards C and put more util there. They do have Suya there with the operator holding. That is true, but it actually we ourselves have been bamboozled. They're actually making their way onto the B site. Again, free real estate for them. The Hunter Spree will come out, not finding any pings from the first per second. Might find some damage here. It does not, but Anderson does get the pick. The smoke. Oh no, no, not like this. Now, oh, headshot. I could get onto infiltrator. Free gun for him. Minji going into the site. Trades left and right. The judge was actually bought by Low Main, and a quick round win for farmers there. Different utility, different guns, but hey, no questions asked. They got it.
It's a blink and you'll miss it type of round here,
For real.
Gypsy. 6-5, last round of the first half. And suddenly I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks from last game. I'm getting flashbacks from the previous best of 3.
Mhm.
Nobody wants to take a good lead. You know? We're 6-6.
I mean,
I
hey,
feel like it's like any Valorant right now. Everyone wants to tie up the score.
True. It's competition at its best. No one wants to get taken out too easily. They want to put up that fight. Let them know like, hey, we won or lost, but it was tough. So now the push actually is going on to A this one time. Any dart shooters, please, and thank you. The dart will get a lot of information and show quite a few members on the A lobby. So we already see farmers, making their rotations and seeing what they can do in regards to this potential A push. But Mochi, after knowing that at least 3 people were pinged on that Silva dart, are kind of hesitating. They're kind of thinking maybe we should, go somewhere else. They do look like they're trying to fake a push onto A and see if they can get any damage done. The breach ult actually is going to stun Doggo, and he's out instantly. 5v4 with numbers advantage for farmers. Oh, if that was a collat. Suya
That is a collat. He's literally no HP remaining.
You're right. No, Suya, one more bullet, brother. One more bullet. Okay. Reload.
Brother.
1 HP on Minji. Not the Sage this time, so cannot heal himself. But Main gets maybe next time, trying to pick up a better gun for himself. It's just up to Minji. The chances of him winning this 1 HP 1v4, especially with the turret up.
Imagine if he gets killed by the turret. Oh no, he's gonna get killed by the nanostorm here. He's gonna get revealed by the alarm bot, and then one thing can do it.
All right,
he's
3, 2, 1.
dead.
Yeah, I told you.
You literally predicted.
Oh man, get some W's in the chat for that prediction. Am I right, boys? Am I right?
W. Dude, that was a collat.
Yeah,
He got him.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that the damn. I've been playing Apex too much. I forget about the mechanics of this game. So yeah, that was a collat. I meant a collat as in a dead collat 2K. But that 1 HP, that's scary. That's scary in that situation. But we're going on to the actually next half, 7-5.
7-5. It's not a tie game. Wow.
Yeah, 7-5. We're farmers in the lead, so this could spell a lot of trouble for Mochi and be the greatest comeback story for farmers, and to move on to the map 3. But that depends on how this half will go, because like I said earlier, attack heavy map, defense has to take space, and we already see that happening now. Mochi getting extra aggressive onto the A side, but the push is going onto C. Doggo not really secured onto the site except for a little turret. And Suya going to take a little bit of damage, but just gonna have to. The defenders are gonna back down a little bit here and just play it for the retake. If you notice, actually, the Omen sitting on the flank, getting all the information. There are several people on the flank. They're actually gonna clear it a little bit. The frenzy comes in clutch. Anderson getting that kill onto his counterpart, and now it makes a lot more distraction for the defenders from actually pushing in. Everyone's going to try and see what they can do here. Suya getting another pick onto Infiltrator. The trades coming in. Minji getting one. The defuse trying to occur. They're getting pinched right here. They have to get these, so they have to look in the right direction. Zero Cap catching maybe next time with his pants down. And then Minji and Doggo getting two of their own. They have to go and defuse. They have to get these kills now. Headshot. Doggo's 1 HP. They're going to have to defuse. Flash comes in. Stun. Just one bullet. He has a swing right now. It's Romaine versus Minji. Oh.
No, there's no time.
There's no time. Wait, maybe?
No.
Maybe?
Point 39.
No.
Even the map didn't show that the bomb was there.
That's
I was
crazy.
so confused. I saw there was a spike ticking, but there was no bomb. Look at the map.
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
Where's
Actually,
the spike?
I was confused for a second too, but I was like, wait, no, it
What?
was planted. It was planted.
It was planted.
This is the part of
What a weird
pistol round.
What a weird pistol round.
Yeah, because you know what, these are the moments where I feel like in every map, right? You should have not to replace anybody here, but I think it's really great to have the Sage and or the Sky specifically for pistol round purposes, because that heal with the chip damage from the pistols can definitely help out for sure. But to each their own with the comps and everything. I think they're doing very well with the double initiator of Sova and Breach. The plays and the ults that we've seen have been brilliant, but that heal would have been definitely handy in that round, especially for Doggo at 1 HP. Next round, moving on, it's a standstill. Look at the map. Nobody is moving. Barely anybody is moving right now because they know how high stake it is. It's 8 and 5. You want that 9th point. You want that 6th point. You want to make sure you keep your lead or get one up on your opponent. So this is gonna be really slow for farmers to keep that lead, but also on Mochi to make sure they can capitalize as much as possible in this round.
Oh. I mean, we saw there earlier. I mean, Anderson getting the kill. That's a free kill. Now coming in from Doggo. But the weapon disadvantage is a little bit too rough there. Paranoia's out. Does he pull it out? There's a free shorty there, but nah, it's not gonna get a kill here. Does he get the wall bang? No. Domain getting the kill there in Garage. No bullets remaining here. He's gonna flash out for his team. Getting the kill over the Infiltrator, gets the last kill over to maybe next time. It's 9-5, and Farmers, they have a lead over to Mochi here. They could run away with it. They just need to win the bonus round.
Map 3. Okay. Yeah, honestly, this is going very well for Farmers, and they're so close to getting the 10-point mark. And like I said earlier on Icebox, once a team reaches double digits and the other team is nowhere close to getting that, it's going to be extra hard for that team to play their rounds correctly, and they have to make little to no mistakes in order to not only get the double digits, but also to win over their opponent. Because once they get closer and closer to that 13, it's going to spell a lot of trouble for the person that's not even at 10 yet. So Mochi repositioning themselves on the defense, it's just going to be a fast C push, it seems, from Farmers. Doggo holding quite the interesting position, staring at the wall here, but no, I'm joking. Going back and seeing, the stun barely just hits him. Doesn't even get onto him. Doggo has the one hit on low HP. Trades coming in. Suya on 1 low HP. Aiko with 2. Can he get a 3? Aiko with 3 kills on the board. It's a 4v1 with the lone Omen of Anderson peeking through Garage. The turret is inactive right now, not going to spot him. The drone will try its best, but Aiko with the 4K onto the round. That's another 4K for an Omen. Okay, Omen mates, cheer up in the chat.
Yo, Omen picking things up, and they have the flash ready, but they weren't prepared for the crossfire made by Doggo and Aiko there. Boom, pow, the spray down comes through, and you get one more in the chamber. Boom! 3K for Aiko, just finishing things off here with a quick kill at the side of Garage. Aiko making things huge here, and just need 3 more rounds to catch up with the scoreline. But again, Even is a very difficult map to defend here, but there's an alarm bot here in the middle. They could get the food here, but he's all alone.
Wait.
Does he get it? No, he
no.
doesn't. It gets pierced.
He's trying to go to the
Doggo needs to get a kill here,
Ooh.
and fast. He gets
Wait.
one, but he gets traded off immediately. It's a 3v3 now, Kipsy.
Yeah, but the Hunter's Fury is available for the attackers, so you already know what they're going to do right now. They're going to make the play for the long hold. But actually, we also see the flank coming in from B. The
Oh,
kill on the
flank.
defense is
No,
out.
Aika.
Trying to make some money moves here. Gets one. Needs two more to solidify for the team. Even if he dies here, they still have to worry about the Hunter's Fury. The fuse comes in. They're actually sticking it. Oh no, this is going to
It's
spell a lot
half.
of trouble. Minji gets the kill. Aika needs to make this push right now. The Sova ult is not available. Has to go for it now. The Mollies are going to stop it a little bit. Infiltrate does get the pick on this Aika though. It's still at half. They have time. Suya doesn't get it though. 13 HP and there's enough time for Minji
Plenty of
to
time.
defuse. Plenty of time. 4.21 seconds. Mochi will finally get another point on the board, and Farmers still not at the double digits just yet.
Because of that because of that diffused being halved early on that retake, they didn't even need to think about diffusing it. They tried to do it again on the second cloud burst that time, but they just decided that they need to eliminate everyone before getting the diffuse down. They had plenty of time there. Look, they kind of stopped at the last part. Suya needed to live at that very moment. He got killed off because the flank was gone. And all they needed to do was finish her off and get the defuse done. Plenty of time remaining there. It was very close still. But Farmers have no money left. If you look at the economy, oh no, never mind. They do have a little bit of economy here. Maybe the rifles can count, but for the side of Mochi fan club, Infiltrator will buy up the operator. Aiko, I feel like, needs to get dropped here with a Vandal of his choosing, but for now, I don't know if they're gonna force things up for the side of Farmers, but if they do, I wish
Okay.
them the best. Okay, they're just gonna half up.
Yeah, honestly, that's the best call, I believe. They do have some extra money, so see, people might be thinking, oh, why don't they buy a Stinger? Why don't they buy, more Spectres? Well, it's just to ensure that after the next round, if they happen to lose it, they still have a little bit more money before they have to save again. So I do like this call for them to not spend too much of their money, to just be a little more conservative. As this round, it's going to be another C push. C has been the fan favorite site to push for both of these teams because, like I said, none of the defense is just not taking space regardless of which team you're looking at. The free real estate for Suya going into the garage. The Mochi maybe next time is going to take one hit on that Sova ult onto one member of Farmers. I didn't see who it was exactly, but look, they have C. Wait a second, they have C. Okay, I thought they were going to rotate after getting the site, but no, just getting the orb. They still have plenty of time to plant as the defenders are slowly but surely making their way onto the site, and Lomain will get that plant down. It's a 5v5 with the Killjoy ultimate down.
It's the lockdown online. I feel like they could have used it
Wait,
further back deep inside.
They're
They
not gonna
have
check
someone
this corner.
detained. They're not gonna check the corner, yeah.
it makes they have no reason to check this corner. It's actually good for them. They're
Fault
actually
line?
sticking to the site.
Oh!
Wait, no.
No, he stopped
No.
it at the correct time.
Oh.
They're gonna try to defuse it. He's gonna Proset fake. No, he gets it.
Oh my. Okay.
It's a 2v3 still.
Breathe. 3v2. The spike is still half. There's not that much time left though. They're going to try and stick it again. I think.
Oh, Brown's down fake.
Oh
I
my
know he finished
God.
this off. What is happening?
Is it too
They
late?
weren't supposed to win that round.
Oh my. Let's go back to that replay because listen, Mochi
The
was.
fault line.
Farmers threw the book and the kitchen sink at them, and they still got the defuse. If
I
that's
think they
not
threw an
Valorant
entire
for you,
building at them and they
they
still
really
lost.
did. They threw the bathtub too on top of that. Like just 1 centimeter off, and Aiko with another 4K on the board, picking up the operator 2 to bring home. I can imagine the comms right now. It is just crazy in the voice chat right now.
They're looking insane. They're popping off. They only need one more round to catch up with the scoreline. And even though the Aiko gets revealed here early on, he could just get away. Gets the TP online, but the paranoia is gone here, so very vital for them. Gets the smoke up deep into that C site, but they decide to rotate all the way to A.
Free real
They
estate.
might be able, they might be able to get some space here, but Infiltrator has the op, peeks out, doesn't get the shot. But maybe next time's there, Suya with the
one.
trade-off this time. But Infiltrator goes down. Wow, tried to work wonders here, has to get away.
Oh.
No, not gonna happen. Suya catches Infiltrator off guard. Do they know there's someone in hell? He gets it. He catches him off guard, Minji. Oh my
Minji.
god.
It's a 1v3.
No stream it on iTunes right now, but so
Wait.
so 3v1 the main. Last person left, he gets flashed out, and Minji looking like he truly stands Minji there from Eugene's, and we tie things up, Kipsy.
Yeah, 9-9. This is what I was talking about. Mochi needed this in order to not, to have a better chance to take this 2-0. Farmers, they still have, a little bit of life in them. It's not completely over, but, close rounds, ties like this and close rounds to the double digits, like as we see right now, it's very scary for either side because it can go one way or the other very quickly. Infiltrator now will have the operator in his hands on the C site. It's going to be another A push. Very mixed buy on the side of Farmers, but it's not awful. It's not pistols, but it's not a bunch of rifles either. So they're going to looks like they're going to commit onto the A side, slowly but surely making the push on. I don't think this drone was timed perfectly, as they're going to get spotted out. Next time we'll take out Aika. Suya getting 2, however. He wants to win this game. He said, "Get me out of here and give me the match," because he's not here to play.
Doggo, he's at the flank right now. He has to check the corner this time. He peeks out or
Oh.
he saw him. He saw him. He got caught lacking. He got another one. What? Doggo! He got that dog in him. Aiko, he gets the kill over to Lemaine. All left to 0 cap.
Work.
That recon dart was supposed to be on the other side of the wall, and Farmers. That's rough.
That should have been Farmer's round right there. Like, to be very honest. Wait, is there time? Okay, I thought it was in halves. If it wasn't halves,
I would have cried. I would have cried.
I would have cried too. I would have cried with you. I would have gotten the tissues. But let's get the replay. Suya with the 2. The shots in the second one almost missing, but Doggo, the timing on this, Anderson moved right before, took a little bit of a peek, but didn't see. I don't even think he got the smoke out on time really before he died. No, it did go out on time, but it doesn't even matter. Doggo gets the 2, and it just gives the rest of his team ample opportunity to push onto the site. And unfortunate dart right there, not going to do much. Sheriff versus the Vandal won't win every single battle. Another A push, it looks like it's going to happen for Farmers here. And so far, it's not really, to me, it's not working for them 100%, because there are technically 3 on the side with the Breach holding B solo, but the Killjoy utility is definitely causing a lot of trouble for them. We see some lineups coming up to clear the boxes, but again, not a lot of space being taken, and everyone's corners are getting cleared out. Suya, again, with another kill onto the board. The stuns, the pings, the lockdown coming out for the attacker. Suya with 2 kills again is deja vu. Oh no! Wait, okay,
He gets through.
That was
Okay.
That was quite
Ambitious.
lucky. Very ambitious indeed. 3v5 is not impossible for Mochi. However, Farmers, they're looking quite strong here. Numbers advantage. Infiltrator with the operator going to try to make the ballsy play to get a peek here, but we'll just opt to back out a little bit. See if anyone will get a little bit greedy. Aiko putting a lot of pressure onto the minds of Farmers. Angle's trying to be cleared out. They know where he is. The swing 0 cap going to take that shot. We're not going to get a pick with that operator, but we'll save it for the next round. Farmers going 10-10. We're tied again, ladies and gentlemen. And that round, Suya wants this point. Suya wants this match 3, because this is the second time he has gone in, done duelist things, 2 picks, dashes out, sees the ping, knows that Doggo is stunned, just gonna spam through the boss, gets 2 kills, boom. And then the plant goes down, the Killjoy lockdown goes. They don't have the defense does not have the Hunter's Fury online, so it's just free site and free post plant for them.
Free post, free site. And I feel like for the side of Farmers, they finally found where to go. This time it's in B. They're gonna dash up. It's so fast.
It's free.
Aftershock used.
What?
Hunter's Fury. Use! That's a free tag! So many people are gonna die here! Oh my goodness, maybe next time let's kill over the Suya. 2 people tagged here for the side of Farmers. Both of them are half. It's gonna be such a hard entry here.
They look like they're gonna try to get some space towards the A side, go back to, you know, the site that's been their home for quite some time. I don't think the defense hears the drone going down at long, so no rotates being made just yet. They're just posted up near B, gonna probably play retake onto the A site, but C, B, and Garage are on lockdown. The rest of the members on Farmers standing still to see if anyone on Mochi will get a little greedy, make some mistakes, push out where they're not supposed to push out. It could also be a re-hit. Actually, no, they're actually looks like they're gonna go towards the C site instead. Turret not watching the entrance, just really watching the entrance of Garage, but not the entrance of C. They're all relying on the eyes of Aiko, making these jump peeks to see if anyone's going to change their minds. Wait, the rotate! No!
30 seconds
I don't know
left.
what call was made, but they're going to the A site now. Most of the members, it's just going to be up to Doggo.
Well, Doggo's there.
That is true, but the smokes come out. He's gonna have to just get some lucky spams through. The spike won't go down for free. 5v4, 14 seconds left. They know one in Garage, but with the time ticking, the defense has to make a move pretty soon as there's still members in the CT
No
site.
way!
Spam's going through the wall. Anderson on low HP, but he's still alive. He's still in this game. The turret's gonna take some damage. Zero cap getting the kill onto Infiltrator. Operators out. Low main following up as well. It's a 2v3. It's a 3v4. The aftershock, the blind, the kitchen sink. Everything's being thrown at everybody right now. It's getting even tougher for Mochi as low main with the 3K is going to take the lead for Farmers. 11 to 10.
11 to 10. Farmers. That was such a costly call for the side of Mochi fan club. If he hadn't rotated, that would have been their side to hold, but they called it as such a weird time.
Yeah,
like there was no info to be made to be heard in A
That's
or
what I
B,
was-
so
That's what I was saying. Like there was no, they droned earlier, so I assume maybe they heard it. They could have maybe heard it, maybe not heard it, but regardless, there was nothing on that side unless there was a maybe a dart thrown. Some maybe they thought, oh, you know, they always go A, so let's check and just in case to make sure. Maybe they're walking up. You know, Aiko's been jump peeking this whole time, so and he hasn't seen anything. So let's just take the chance and go there. They take the chance, but it cost them the round, and now we see Farmers making their way towards A again. A lot. But look at the rotations on the defense. Mochi is not taking the chance here. They have no ultimates up for them, but there is the breach ult and the jet knives available for the side of Farmers in this round if they choose to use it. We do see a little bit of alert coming out from the Omen in mid, but maybe next time we think about making a push here. What? You know what?
One enemy remaining.
Welcome to Valorant, ladies and gentlemen, because that was the best collab I've seen in this series so far. The 2K from both Infiltrator and from maybe next time. I thought surely maybe next time would die there, but nope, they lined up perfectly for him, and now we're in a 1v4 situation. Anderson could make it work
30
somehow,
seconds left.
some way, but Doggo with his infamous flanks gonna get the damage done. But
what?
3 HP and a dream. Anderson, he smells the players in the flank. He's gonna look after it. Doesn't get it. I meant to say maybe next time does get it. In the 3K, he ends it 11 and 11. What was that? Wrong round.
That was wrong replay. It's okay. We're back. Okay.
Okay, cool,
Now,
cool.
look at that flash. Good flash. Good takedown. There was a blade storm from behind, and there was a rifler to back him up. It
Yeah.
could have been worse here as Anderson almost got the clutch, but
Yeah,
the man advantage was
had a little bit more HP, could have gotten the headshot, but yeah, no, that Spectre ADS was never good in the past. I
Nah.
don't think it's good at it today either. But again, another 8 push coming out.
in
from
his
Farmers.
face.
Oh no, not it. It's deja vu,
Strike
bro.
down A.
Deja vu. Lomain gets a trade though this time, so
Infiltrator gets one through the smoke.
it's a 2v4. They still technically have space on the A side. They have to check these corners though. It's gonna be a little difficult. And Doggo again making that flank onto the side. Luckily there's a turret watching, but they're going to have to make the move and make it now. Infiltrator hiding behind this box, waiting for the person with the peak. They're all looking at heaven. He gets 2. Waiting for the shorty. Infiltrator, that was you dirty, dirty dog. That was such a round from Mochi there. Match point for them. Look at that replay. Again, the flash peak, it never fails in this game. And so you're trying to avoid the stun. Just go straight into the crosshair of maybe next time. Low main does get that trade, but Infiltrator with the 3 kills, gonna get the shorty in for good measure. Boom, 2, and decides, you know what? Let's end this right now. Boop, bap, wop, done.
All done with it. As the shorty will be in their heads
They're going
right
A
now,
again.
rent free. They're trying to bait it out. Honestly,
Oh, yeah.
this
yeah,
is the
you're
last
right.
round to do it. They have the Hunter's Fury ready. So here's what I think is gonna happen. They're not gonna use the Hunter's Fury for the
Wait, but
post
look at the
plant. They're gonna
rotation.
wait. They're gonna wait for the lockdown to appear. If the Killjoy dies early on, they'll probably use it for the post plant. But if the
True.
Killjoy lives to go for the retake, I feel like that Hunter's Fury will be used to destroy the utility there. But
Absolutely.
I'm very cautious here for the side of farmers. They are standing behind a cliff right now. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament. Mochi gets to move in the semis. It's do or die for them here, Kipsy.
It really is. The A side is actually very free real estate for them. They made quite the interesting call to go to B after all the util was used on A, but I guess you're right. They are baiting it out, trying to make them see. Maybe Mochi read. Maybe they're thinking, oh, they're not actually going A again after we just farmed them there. But they are. The plant's coming in. The Sova ult's going out. I don't think they got a tag out. Sova get that
Jebaited!
pick. No way. They're actually going to C site. I actually just realized the Omen ult happened. Now the Killjoy lockdown will go for the defense. The attackers have to make a move. The turret doing a lot of chip damage. Doggo gonna get the kill onto Anderson. Maybe next time getting the pick onto low main. The Hunter's Fury coming out, getting the tag. He is
They
going
halved
to
it.
die here. It is halved. They have to. No.
Bros,
Not
don't
like this.
think!
Not like this.
Defenders win.
Oh my gosh. 13 and 11. Mochi just stealing the match after Farmers had the lead. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Mochi takes the series 2-0 from Andy's Farmers, and I couldn't think of a better way to end it.
I mean, that last round was very ecstatic. From the bait
Mhm.
to C, to the lockdown, to the Hunter's Fury, to just them just
Oh.
sticking the defuse. Because honestly, there was no other choice there for them but to just stick it. Because that guy wasn't tagged after all. All they had to do was
Honestly.
shoot through the scope. It didn't happen. But that was the end of that best of 3. Farmers win it out. Not Farmers. Mochi fan club will win it out over to Andy's Farmers. 2-0. They're gonna be moving themselves up in the semifinals bout.
And hey, they went out with grace. Farmers unfortunately going to sit this one out, but they put up a fight. They had the lead. Unfortunately, it slipped out of their hands. But Mochi, they will move on to tomorrow, and I hope to see what they did today as well, because that was quite an entertaining match. We didn't get to fracture last match or this time, but they did really well. They put up a show. They had some amazing clutches. Aiko with the 2 4Ks and the 2 sneaky diffuses. That was just insane and a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to watch indeed. But I think that wraps it up for Mystic Singularity Series number 3 here for us. I mean, shoutouts to everyone in the chat so far. Shoutouts to Community Gaming for making this all possible. And as well, thank you to Mystic Events for preparing this whole event in general. Anything else you want to say, Kipsy, before we end things on a high note?
I think I said everything. Congratulations to Mochi. Congratulations to Squirrels. We'll see them tomorrow in the finals. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It was a pleasure also casting with you, Dropout. And I had a great time today. Even with everything that went on, I had a great time watching. I had a great time casting. And audience, I hope you had a great time too. And I hope to see you guys back tomorrow as well to see the final games.
Yeah, and so on behalf of us, the casters, the production, the TOs in the background, and everyone else in attendance, we'll see you guys on the next one for the Mystic Singularity Series number 3. See you guys tomorrow.